Chapter 993. In the center of the Grade 9 Thunder territory, there was a lightning barrier. At the center of the lightning barrier, there was a dragon head emitting endless power of thunder. This dragon head was 1 meter long, majestic and lifelike. Lightning surged around it, and the dragon's eyes were bright and full of spirit, as if it was alive. But Zichen could see through the lightning that this was not a real dragon head, but half a stone sculpture. The stone sculpture's dragon head had its mouth wide open, and there was something inside that was emitting endless lightning. This was a round ball about the size of 2 fists, and it was wreaking havoc with thunder. Dragon Pearl. Seeing the round ball, Zichen naturally thought of the dragon pearl and cried out in surprise. The dazzling dragon pearl completely attracted Zichen's gaze. Although he didn't know what use this dragon pearl had, since it was a dragon pearl, it was naturally extraordinary. Suddenly, Zichen felt a sharp cold electricity coming from the dragon pearl. This cold electricity fell on Zichen's body, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. The dragon head seemed to be alive, but it wasn't. Where was the old man who spoke just now? Just as Zichen was puzzled, his left and right eyes emitted light. Zichen activated his yin-yang eyes, and a strange power passed through the lightning and fell into the dragon pearl. There was indeed something inside the dragon pearl. After seeing what it was, Zichen almost jumped up. There was a baby inside the dragon pearl. The baby was very small, but its facial features were complete. Its large eyes were staring at Zichen, its eyes cold and its expression full of resentment. Seeing the baby open its eyes in the dragon pearl, Zichen felt a chill in his heart. The dragon pearl was giving birth to a baby. What was that? A dragon infant. Moreover, it hadn't even been born yet, but it clearly had thoughts of its own. Zichen was puzzled, but he didn't dare to take the initiative to step forward. A man and a dragon infant looked at each other, neither of them speaking. While Zichen was sizing up the dragon infant, he was also looking around out of the corner of his eye. Although there was thunder liquid essence in this Grade 9 Thunder territory, there wasn't much of it. It wasn't even Grade 8. Regarding this, Zichen was slightly disappointed. However, just as his gaze fell below the dragon's head, his body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. Below the dragon's mouth, a pool of water had formed. This pool of water was the lightning barrier. At this moment, the pool was 1 meter deep and about 20 cubic meters in size. The pool of water flashed with resplendent lightning, and the lightning was the light of the lightning liquid essence. Zichen was extremely shocked to see a pool of lightning liquid essence. However, what shocked him even more was that a drop of liquid dripped down from the dragon's mouth and landed in the pool, creating layers of ripples. The essence of this lightning liquid is actually dripping from a dragon's mouth. This is dragon saliva. Zichen was completely shocked. Zichen's expression fluctuated, and his gaze naturally left the dragon infant. Looking at the lightning essence, he was extremely excited. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, "Junior, if you leave now, I, Thunder Freya, can still spare your life. If you don't retreat, today will be the day you die." This voice was still the old voice from before, but Zichen didn't see the old man in the Grade 9 Thunder territory. His gaze once again fell on the dragon infant, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sneer. "Little thing, you're still playing tricks with me." With that, Zichen took out the purple gold gourd and extended it towards the lightning barrier. From the lightning barrier, ripples of light rippled out, and the purple gold gourd was blocked. The lightning barrier was a layer of defense that blocked Zichen. During this time, the dragon infant had been looking at Zichen expressionlessly. Zichen was unwilling to give up. He used his spiritual sense to control the sword Steely and attacked the lightning barrier. Streaks of sword chi shot out from the sword Steely, carrying with them awe-inspiring sword intent, and landed on the lightning barrier. When the sword chi hit the lightning barrier trembled continuously, and clanging sounds rang out continuously. In the blink of an eye, dozens of sword chi dissipated, but there wasn't a trace of damage on the lightning barrier. How is this possible? The lightning barrier's super defense was really beyond Zichen's imagination, but he naturally couldn't give up. He used his spiritual sense again to call the sword Steely, and fiercely smashed it towards the lightning barrier again. Boom! Boom! In the thunder territory, there was another explosion as the sword steely smashed onto the lightning barrier with great force. During this time, Zichen's yin-yang eye had been staring at the dragon infant. The dragon infant's expression didn't change when it saw the sword chi attack the lightning barrier, but when it saw the sword steely smash on it, its expression changed slightly. In the blink of an eye, Zichen controlled the sword steely to smash it dozens of times. The lightning barrier began to shake, but there was no sign of it breaking. Zichen's recovered origin force was exhausted again, but it didn't leave any trace on the lightning barrier. Zichen's face was filled with unwillingness. The dragon infant's expression relaxed, and its cold voice sounded again. Junior, it's useless. This lightning barrier was released by this dragon head. It's impossible for external forces to break it. A cold light flashed in Zichen's yin-yang eye. He stared at the dragon infant and said, "Little guy, I hate your old and decrepit voice." The dragon infant snorted. "I've been in this world for thousands of years. How can a little guy like you know that? If you trace my real age and identity, I'm afraid even your ancestors can't catch up to me." Zichen's face turned green when he was called a little guy by the palm-sized dragon infant. He said angrily, "Little guy, you better not let me in. Otherwise, I'll smack your butt." "Ignorant junior." The dragon infant rolled its small eyes in disdain. The angry Zichen's expression suddenly turned calm. He controlled the sword steely to smash again. This time, the sound was louder, and even the entire lightning region was shaking. The dragon infant sneered. "Junior, it's useless to play tricks in front of me. Don't you just want to recover? I'll give you time to recover. Let's see if you can break this lightning barrier." Zichen didn't say a word and continued to smash. The lightning barrier was shaking, but there was no sign of it breaking. "Let me give you some good gifts." Suddenly, the dragon infant waved its small hand. A beam of light rushed out from the dragon pearl and landed in the lightning liquid pool below. A large amount of lightning liquid essence suddenly swept up and rushed out of the lightning barrier, sweeping towards Zichen. This time, the lightning liquid essence's power was even more terrifying. It was obvious that it wanted to kill Zichen in one fell swoop. Zichen's expression didn't change. The sword steely that was smashing instantly returned, forming the 9 extremes. The 9 sword steelies constantly revolved to dissolve the powerful force. When the lightning liquid essence's power was almost dissolved, Zichen took out another sword steely and smashed it at the lightning liquid essence. After smashing it more than 10 times, the lightning liquid essence dispersed. Zichen took the opportunity to collect it. This time, because the dragon infant was prepared, Zichen only managed to collect a third of it. However, he only managed to collect a third of the dragon infant's attack. There was still a lot of thunder liquid essence in the entire thunder liquid pool. "Come, again." With 8 sword steelies protecting him, Zichen provoked the dragon infant. "Junior, you will regret it," the dragon infant said coldly. "I think you are the one who will regret it." Zichen sneered and continued smashing. "It's useless. Even if you smash it for 8 to 10 years, you won't be able to break it." The dragon infant simply closed its eyes. Then, silver light flashed on its body as though it had begun cultivating. No matter how the outside world roared, it remained unmoved in the dragon pearl. Gradually, the dragon infant seemed to have entered a meditative state and no longer moved. However, Zichen still didn't give up attacking. The sword steely smashed again and again, but to no avail. "Even if it was a warrior of the Earth Origin realm, I could still smash him to death if he stood still. Why can't I break this light shield?" Zichen could not understand. He controlled the sword steely to attack again. Suddenly, a dangerous aura attacked. It was another large wave of lightning liquid essence that charged at Zichen. Zichen sneered, "I've been waiting for you." The 9 sword steelies returned to their positions again and blocked. After blocking, they smashed again. After smashing, Zichen and the dragon infant fought again. The dragon infant, who had been cultivating with its eyes closed, opened its eyes. Its eyes were filled with anger as it shouted, "What a cunning junior." Zichen replied, "Little guy, don't take advantage of your seniority in front of me." The two of them went back and forth, not giving in to each other. At the same time, they schemed against each other. Of course, it was the dragon infant who schemed against Zichen and attacked Zichen. As for Zichen, he would at most take some of the lightning liquid essence. Little guy, I saw you in the dragon pearl. Are you really the dragon infant? Zichen asked doubtfully. Junior, don't think you can get anything useful from me. I'm just asking casually. I can tell you're not the dragon infant with a single glance. Also, they all say that the things here fell from the lightning divine palace. I don't think so. Zichen curled his lips. The dragon infant sneered and didn't reply. However, it was worth mentioning that when the dragon infant spoke to Zichen, it didn't deliberately change its voice. Its original voice was very young, causing Zichen to laugh at it for several days. In the outside world, the Boundless sect's recruitment of servants was very popular. The mortals were in high spirits, but the cultivator families were all listless. After the incident with the Liu family, no one in the Boundless sect recruited youths who had already embarked on the path of cultivation. There was no need to test, and they were directly given a quota. However, the various forces didn't look happy because these disciples would be branded as their own after entering the Boundless sect. They would never become core disciples, and they would never hold any power in the Boundless sect. A month passed quickly. In the lightning territory, Zichen used the sword Steely to attack the lightning barrier countless times, and the dragon infant also mocked him countless times. Knowing that Zichen was extremely vigilant, the dragon infant no longer tried to attack him, because it would only make the lightning liquid essence less and less. After a month, Zichen knew that his attacks were fruitless, so he simply gave up. He wanted to know something from the dragon infant. Little guy, why can't I break through the lightning barrier, but your lightning liquid essence can enter and leave as it pleases? The dragon infant sneered and replied, not only mine, but yours too. Why don't you try? Really? Zichen's face was full of disbelief. Then, he took out a drop of lightning liquid essence and flicked it at the lightning barrier. Ripples appeared on the lightning barrier, and the lightning liquid essence flew out. Zichen said, I can't. The dragon infant's mocking expression became even more pronounced. Junior, you're still trying to play tricks in front of me. Let me tell you, only the lightning liquid essence produced here can come and go as you please. Zichen said, lightning liquid essence can, but what about other things? For example, this? Zichen took out a lightning crystal. The dragon infant looked at the lightning crystal and said coldly, don't throw in this trash. Only a junior like you who hasn't seen the world would take something like this. Zichen's eyes lit up. So you mean that this thing can go in? Of course, the dragon infant said. Zichen suddenly stood up, and a powerful aura surged around his body. Junior, what are you doing? The dragon infant suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 994. Zichen held the dragon soul spear and stabbed at the thunder light shield. A powerful force surged, and the thunder light shield began to tremble violently. This time, Zichen clearly felt that it was only the thunder light shield that was trembling, not the entire thunder territory. As expected. Zichen's eyes lit up. He had always used the sword Steely to attack because he felt that the sword Steely was the most powerful in this place, so he neglected the dragon soul spear. But after hearing the dragon infant's words, Zichen realized that the thunder crystal and thunder soul crystal essence used to forge the dragon soul spear came from here. This thing should have the same effect as the thunder liquid. The calm dragon infant's expression changed instantly. He stared at the dragon soul spear and exclaimed, You are. Zichen did not speak. He waved the dragon soul spear and stabbed again. The thunder light shield began to distort, and even the thunder liquid inside was trembling. Zichen clearly felt that the thunder light shield was shaking even more violently. After swallowing a thunder soul, the dragon soul spear had fallen into a state of slumber. Zichen's attacks were all based on his own strength, but at this moment, the dragon soul spear suddenly woke up. A loud dragon roar resounded, and the dragon soul phantom appeared on the spear. After that, Zichen felt a strong force surge from the dragon soul spear. He did not need to control the dragon soul spear as it attacked the thunder light shield on its own accord. It's you, it's actually you. Seeing the dragon soul phantom, the dragon infant's face was clearly filled with panic, and a sharp voice came out of his mouth. Roar! The dragon roar continued to resound, louder and sharper. Zichen had already taken a few steps back and focused on defense. He could see that the dragon infant seemed to have a grudge with the dragon soul. At this moment, the dragon soul was activated and attacked on its own accord. Damn it, stop, stop. The dragon infant's voice became sharper, and it was very young. That's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. No matter how the dragon infant shouted, the dragon soul did not intend to stop attacking. Its goal was very clear, and that was to break the thunder light shield. Zichen was happy to see this, and he was already prepared. As long as the thunder light shield was broken, he would immediately rush forward and collect all the thunder liquid essence. K.A. With a cracking sound, a crack suddenly appeared on the lightning barrier. The dragon infant's voice was even sharper and filled with panic. Enough. Do you want to kill me? If you break through here, I'll die. Damned brat, why aren't you stopping me? If you want the thunder liquid, I'll give it all to you, but you have to tell the dragon soul to stop. The dragon infant became flustered and exasperated. Zichen stood aside and sneered, I still want the dragon balls. Long Ying was so angry that his entire body trembled. Brat, don't push your luck. Crack. The cracks on the lightning barrier spread, and as they spread, it turned from 1 to 2. Long Ying said anxiously, Brat, I can give you this thunder liquid, all of it, but you have to make this dragon soul stop. If you let him break through this thunder light barrier, you won't even be able to get a single drop of thunder liquid. Zichen sneered but didn't say anything. Damn it, I'm telling the truth this time. Long Ying shouted. During this time, Long Ying was also constantly controlling the thunder liquid essence to block the dragon soul's attack. However, this thing was effective against Zichen, but it was ineffective against the dragon soul. When the dragon soul attacked, there was no reaction at all. Zichen's eyes suddenly lit up. Dragon soul, cut open the thunder liquid essence. Hearing this, the dragon soul seemed to have thought and slashed in the air. The thunder liquid essence instantly scattered on the ground, shining like pearls. Zichen quickly went forward to collect it. As usual, he collected a third of it and returned the other 2/3. Damned brat, don't you want the lightning liquid? I'll fulfill your wish. I'll give you everything, but you must make the dragon soul stop, the dragon infant said again. Then, rays of light streaked past and even more lightning liquid essence rushed out. Zichen chuckled. I want the thunder liquid and the dragon head. Why don't you give me both? Long Ying's lungs were about to explode. Greedy brat, if the dragon head can go out, why would I stay here? Then there's nothing to talk about. Dragon soul, break it for me. Zichen's tone became cold. You will regret it, you will definitely regret it. Long Ying screamed. I think you're the one who will regret it. Dragon soul, cut open all the thunder liquid essence for me. Zichen didn't care. They had known each other for more than a month, and Zichen had long been used to Long Ying's nonsense. Crack. The thunder light shield seemed to be broken, and all the thunder liquid essence that flew out lost its power in an instant, scattering on the ground. A shrill shriek was emitted from the dragon infant's mouth. Zichen excitedly stepped forward, preparing to collect the endless lightning essence. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble. This time, it affected the entire thunder territory. Then, Zichen saw that the thunder liquid essence that had just landed on the ground was retreating like the tide. During this time, the purple gold gourd in Zichen's hand had clearly landed on it, but it couldn't collect the thunder liquid essence. In addition, Zichen also felt that the surrounding lightning energy seemed to be moving rapidly. When he looked up with a puzzled face, his face changed. He saw that the dragon head in front of him seemed to be alive. A strong suction force came from the dragon mouth, and under this suction force, not only was the thunder liquid essence absorbed, but even the surrounding lightning was swallowed by the dragon mouth. In the dragon mouth, Long Ying was still struggling, screaming miserably. After the dragon soul spear broke the thunder light shield, the dragon shadow that appeared on top of it coldly watched all of this. I said, you will regret it. Long Ying's sharp voice still rang in Zichen's ears. Zichen was indeed regretting it, because he couldn't collect a single drop of the thunder liquid essence. Not only the thunder liquid essence, but the entire thunder territory seemed to be changing at this moment. Zichen stared blankly ahead, unable to react effectively. He could only watch as the dragon mouth kept swallowing the surrounding lightning. As for the thunder liquid essence, it had been completely swallowed up long ago. Suddenly, Zichen felt the pressure on him relax. A dazzling light fell from the sky. He subconsciously looked up and saw sunlight. This was the thunder territory. How could there be sunlight? When Zichen woke up, he saw that this place had become an empty space. There was no more lightning around, and the thunder territory had completely disappeared. When Zichen looked back again, he happened to see the dragon mouth swallow the last bolt of lightning. Then, Zichen saw the dragon mouth move, which was a sign that it was about to close. Just as the dragon mouth was about to close, the dragon pearl in the dragon mouth suddenly emitted a dazzling light. This light surged with an extremely terrifying aura. This aura made one's heart palpitate, and it made one's expression change. Even with the protection of the sword Steely, Zichen felt a chill in his heart. This light appeared from the dragon mouth and spread in all directions. Zichen's expression changed drastically. His feet flashed, and he quickly dodged. Boom! Just as he retreated, there was an explosion in front of him. In this explosion, the surrounding space was shattered, and a big black hole appeared in front of him. The big hole lasted for a full 10 breaths of time before it slowly closed. Zichen stared in front of him. On the 1-meter-long dragon head, the dragon mouth was completely closed. However, on the ground below the dragon mouth, there was something lying there. It was a little guy, who looked to be about 2 or 3 years old. He was naked, and his skin was emitting lightning. At this moment, he was supporting himself on the ground with both hands and was looking up blankly. When he saw the dragon head, he immediately shouted in anger, "Ah, damn it, damn it." This voice was very young, but the pronunciation was very clear. Zichen curiously went forward and looked at the little guy from head to toe. The little guy was chubby. At this moment, his flustered and exasperated look looked very cute. As if he sensed someone, he immediately turned his head. It's you, it's you." Seeing Zichen, the little guy looked like he had seen an enemy. His eyes immediately turned red, and then he rushed towards Zichen. Swoosh! The little guy was very fast. Like a ray of light, he arrived in front of Zichen in an instant. He reached out his little hand and was about to strangle Zichen's neck. However, before his little hand could reach, a pair of big hands landed on his head. Slap! Zichen slapped the little guy to the ground. You! The little guy was knocked down, and he glared at Zichen angrily. Zichen did not say anything. He went forward, grabbed the little guy, and then slapped his butt. Pa, the crisp sound continued to ring, and at the same time, the little guy's angry howls could be heard. Until Zichen was tired of slapping and the little guy was tired of screaming, the two of them stopped. "Little guy, tell me, what's your name?" Zichen asked. "Junior." As soon as the little guy said these 2 words, Zichen raised his hand again and slapped him hard on the butt. The little fellow cried out, but the rest of the words couldn't come out of his mouth. "Tell me, what's your name?" Zichen asked. "Thunder Freya." Seeing Zichen raise his hand again, the little guy hurriedly said, "I haven't been born yet, how can I have a name? This time, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been born in advance. If you don't have a name, then I'll give you one." Zichen touched his chin and thought for a moment, then said, "I'll call you Thunder Spirit from now on." The little guy did not speak, and it was unknown whether he agreed or disagreed. "From now on, you will be Zichen's 3rd disciple. You have a senior sister and a senior brother." Zichen said again. "What?" Unexpectedly, when the little guy heard this, he immediately jumped up and glared at him. "You, a human, want to be my master? You don't deserve it." Ignoring Zichen's raised hand, the little guy's face was full of disdain, and he said, "You're just in the human origin stage, how dare you be my master? What am I? A spirit born from the Dragon Ball. Under normal circumstances, when I was born, I was in the true spirit stage. Do you know what a true spirit is? You won't understand even if I tell you. It's the Earth origin stage for you humans. Zichen's heart trembled slightly. Being born in the Earth origin stage, he was really talented. Even if I was born in advance, as long as I become an adult, I will still be a true spirit. You are just a human who hasn't shed your mortal body. What qualifications do you have to be my master? Zichen responded to Thunder Spirit with a slap, because my fist is big. After another round of slapping, Zichen said, if you don't want to be my disciple, you have to beat me. Thunder Spirit said bitterly, there will be such a day. Zichen smiled coldly and said, is that so? Then I'll wait for you. However, I have to tell you in advance that if you don't follow me and choose to leave by yourself, a mere primal core realm cultivator might never grow up. Chapter 995. Previously, the dragon head had emitted a lightning glow. However, after the lightning territory disappeared, the lightning glow on the dragon head was completely withdrawn. The lightning liquid within the lightning light barrier was completely devoured by the dragon head. However, Zichen could not find a single drop no matter how he looked at it. Behind Zichen, the Thunder Spirit's expression changed. Zichen had hit his weak spot. He was born early and was only at the late stage of the inner core realm. If he rashly went out, he might be killed or used to refine weapons. During this time, he hadn't seen a single human. Zichen was the first, but Zichen was already so strong. He didn't dare to imagine if other humans were the same. His expression changed again and again. In the end, he decided to follow Zichen, not for anything else, but to save his life. Zichen held the dragon head in his hand. It was very heavy, but it was nothing to Zichen. He tilted the dragon head, pointed the mouth of the dragon head to the ground, and shook it continuously. It's useless. All the lightning liquid has disappeared. No one can take it out, the Thunder Spirit said. Zichen turned to look at the Thunder Spirit and asked, why? The Thunder Spirit said, the lightning liquid has reached the space inside the dragon head. If you want to take it out, you have to destroy the dragon head. But in this world, there seems to be no power that can do that. Zichen curled his lips and said, if it was that strong, it wouldn't have been cut. After saying that, Zichen put down the dragon head and used the dragon soul spear to attack the dragon head, but there was no reaction at all. Zichen's powerful attacks landed on the dragon head, but they couldn't even leave a white mark. Zichen shook the spear in his hand and pointed it at the Thunder Spirit, saying, my good disciple, you must have a way to open it. The dragon soul spear had the aura of the dragon soul. The Thunder Spirit took a few steps back and said, if I had a way, I wouldn't have been born early. If you want to open it, you have to form the Thunder Dominion again. But as far as I know, it will take a long time for the Thunder Dominion to form again. Zichen withdrew the Dragon Soul Spear and asked, what's the deal with the Dragon Soul? When Thunder Spirit heard this, a bitter smile immediately appeared on his face. He said, the creature that was really bred in the Dragon Ball was actually him, but something happened at that time. Before it was time to be born, it was forcibly separated from the Dragon Ball. Its vitality was greatly damaged, and only a trace of its soul was left. I was the second creature in the Dragon Ball, so it mistakenly thought that I was the one who expelled it. After that, the Thunder Spirit explained again, but Zichen didn't understand at all. However, he finally knew that the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul he had obtained back then contained a trace of a true Dragon Soul. At that time, the Dragon Soul had luckily not died and sealed itself in the Thunder Crystal. Because it was too weak, the Dragon Soul was afraid that it would be devoured by the other Thunder Soul Crystal essences. Before it went into hibernation, it distanced itself from the other Thunder Soul Crystal essences. However, it needed to be nurtured by the 9 layers of lightning, so it couldn't leave. It stayed in the level 2 Thunder Dominion until Zichen appeared. Now, it could also explain why Zichen felt that there was a soul in the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul and that it could escape. Thunder Spirit seemed to know a lot. Zichen didn't want to let it go just like that. He asked about the Thunder Divine Palace, but the latter's face was blank, indicating that it didn't know. Seeing Thunder Spirit's expression, Zichen guessed that it had only been a few thousand years since it gave birth to a soul remembrance. Forget it, come with me. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of it, Zichen decided to leave. Go, where are we going? Asked Thunder Spirit. Of course we're going back. Don't tell me you want to stay here and wait for someone to capture and refine you. Zichen looked at Thunder Spirit. The latter's eyes were clearly filled with fear, and it quickly shook its head. Not long after the two left, experts arrived from the horizon. They were people from Cloud City. When they saw that the place that originally belonged to the Thunder Dominion was now empty, they all stared with wide eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. After that, news of the Thunder Dominion's sudden disappearance spread, becoming an unsolved mystery. Zichen put away the dragon head and headed straight for the Boundless Sect with Thunder Spirit. However, when they were still 200 kilometers away from the Boundless Sect, Zichen suddenly stopped and frowned. Beside him, Thunder Spirit also let out a cry of surprise. Thunder Spirit looked at Zichen in surprise. You also felt it. Zichen slapped Thunder Spirit's head and said, when you're talking to your master, you have to call him master. After saying this, Zichen ignored Thunder Spirit, who was grimacing in pain, and began to descend. His senses are so sharp. Is he even human? Thunder Spirit scratched its head and also began to descend. The place where the two landed was a pile of rubble. It looked very ordinary, but after Zichen landed, he and Thunder Spirit had already been standing there for a quarter of an hour. A group of cultivators flew over from the distance. When they saw the two of them, they flew over and yelled from afar, "What are you doing here?" Because the Boundless Sect was still expanding, there were often cultivators patrolling the area around the Boundless Sect. The group of cultivators descended and approached the two of them. When they saw one of the children, their expressions became slightly strange. At the same time, their gazes swept past Thunder Spirit and landed on Zichen. Zichen raised his head and looked at the group of cultivators. When they saw Zichen's face, everyone was shocked. They hurriedly bowed and cried out, "Sect Master." Zichen nodded and asked, "Has Elder Lu Peng returned from his trip?" Everyone was obviously confused. They were flying through the air, so they naturally didn't know what had happened to their elder. Zichen then said, "Go and call Elder Lu Peng over." Everyone nodded and was about to leave when Zichen said, "Wait, call the demon ape over as well." The group of cultivators flew through the air, heading straight for the Boundless Sect. "You're actually the Sect Master?" Thunder Spirit looked at Zichen with a strange expression. "What? Your master's combat strength is unparalleled. Shouldn't he be the Sect Master?" Thunder Spirit's expression was disdainful. "What sect is this? Have I heard of it before? The Boundless Sect. What?" As soon as Zichen's voice fell, Thunder Spirit let out a cry of surprise. "The Boundless Sect. Have you heard of it before?" Zichen looked at Thunder Spirit. "The Boundless Sect, the Boundless Sect," Thunder Spirit muttered. It seemed to be lost in its memories, but after a moment, it shook its head and said, "It's a very familiar name, but I can't remember where I've heard it before." Zichen glanced at Thunder Spirit but didn't say anything. "Zichen." After waiting for a moment, a voice came from the horizon, and two figures flew over. It was LV Peng and the demon ape. Lu Peng was an array master, so it was impossible to see anything from his outer appearance. He was directly ignored by the Thunder Spirit. The Thunder Spirit's eyes were fixed on the incoming Devil Ape. When the Devil Ape approached, the Thunder Spirit called out, "Sky-splitting Battle Ape." The two of them looked at Thunder Spirit in confusion. LV Peng smiled and asked, "Who is this little guy?" "Your illegitimate son." Zichen smiled and said, "My third disciple, Thunder Spirit. Come, greet your two martial uncles." Thunder Spirit snorted coldly and didn't greet the two of them. LV Peng didn't mind. He smiled and said, "Your three disciples are really strange." Thunder Spirit muttered but didn't dare to refute. However, it was already thinking about how to deal with Zichen after it became an adult. At the same time, it secretly rejoiced that it had followed Zichen here, because among the humans it had met, there were already two who were a threat to it. Sense this place and see if there are any abnormalities. Zichen began to get down to business. Thunder Spirit curled its lips. It clearly didn't think a mere mortal would be able to sense this. LV Peng closed his eyes and released his spiritual sense, probing the surroundings. A moment later, He retracted his spiritual sense and opened his eyes. How is it? Zichen asked. LV Peng said, the space is extremely unstable. It should be a small world. I guess it is a small world that is about to be born, but it will take some time before it can be born. Zichen nodded. He had the same guess as LV Peng. Thunder Spirit's eyes widened as it looked at LV Peng with disbelief. It said, you aren't just randomly guessing, right? LV Peng rubbed Thunder Spirit's head, not minding its rudeness. He said, this isn't the first place. 500 miles to the south, I found the same fluctuations. I guess that there is also a small world that is about to be born. Small world? How can there be so many small worlds here? Thunder Spirit said. The three ignored it again. Zichen looked at LV Peng. LV Peng still had something to say. I guess that the birth of these two small worlds should be related to our everlasting sect. After all, we cleaned up the formation left behind by the everlasting sect. These two small worlds might have been left behind by the everlasting sect, but we can't confirm it yet. We can only try to open them when their fluctuations are normal. Suddenly, LV Peng slapped himself on the head and said, right, the spirit devourer rat searched the land of savages once and repeatedly said that this land of savages was extremely extraordinary. When it returned for the last time, it seemed to have given Wang Qiong something. Zichen said, then let's go back and find Wang Qiong and ask what the spirit devouring rat left behind. Demon Ape, who had been silent all this time, said, you should go back. Someone has come to the sect. His strength is extraordinary. You must meet him. Who? Zichen asked. Demon Ape shook its head. An old man I have never seen before, but he said he is from the everlasting sect. What? Someone from the everlasting sect? Zichen's expression changed slightly. While they were talking, the four of them arrived at the everlasting sect. When the disciples guarding the gate saw Zichen come back with a child, they had a strange expression on their faces. However, when they saw that this child was only 2 or 3 years old and could already fly, they were even more shocked. When Lei Ling arrived at the everlasting sect, he released his spiritual sense. However, when he sensed that the people here were generally of low realms, he couldn't help but frown. Along the way, he met a core origin realm cultivator. When core origin realm cultivator saw Zichen, he said respectfully, Sect Master, the Vice Sect Master said that after you came back, you should go to the Everlasting Palace. Zichen nodded. Zichen asked LV Peng to take Lei Ling away while he and Demon Ape went straight to the Everlasting Palace. As soon as they arrived outside the palace, Zichen heard hearty laughter coming from the palace. Some of the laughter belonged to an old man, but there was also an unfamiliar old voice. With doubts, Zichen and Demon Ape entered the Everlasting Palace. Seeing Zichen come in, Wang Qiong hurriedly stood up and said, Zichen, let me introduce you. Chapter 996. Other than Wang Qiong and Old Gui, there was another old man in the hall. As soon as Zichen walked in, the old man greeted Zichen warmly, but Zichen had no recollection of this old man. The old man was wearing a linen robe and had a white beard. Seeing Zichen's surprised and confused expression, he smiled and said, it seems that Master Zichen has no recollection of this old man. The last time I saw you was over 200 years ago, when you had just stepped into the spirit origin stage. 200 years have passed, and Master Zichen has also become a master and stepped into the human origin stage. After that, the old man looked at the monster ape and said, this little guy has also successfully broken through to the human origin stage. Zichen's mind was quickly thinking about the scene when he broke through the Zephyr flight realm, wondering if he had seen such a powerhouse before. However, no matter how hard Zichen racked his brain, he could not think of when he had seen such a powerhouse when he was in the Zephyr flight realm, nor did he have any interactions with such a powerhouse. The monster ape was also confused. Obviously, it had no recollection of this old man. The old man smiled but didn't say anything. He just looked at Zichen quietly. Suddenly, Zichen thought of something and shouted, Senior, are you the one who broke the Great Defensive Formation? When Zichen was in the human origin stage, there was only one thing he couldn't understand. That was when he was in the Tsangli city, the powerful cultivators of the Zhongli family had activated the Great Defensive Formation in order to kill him. At the critical moment, the Great Defensive Formation suddenly broke, and Zichen successfully escaped. This was still an unsolved mystery to this day. When I saw Master Zichen in the Zhongli city that you could use a doppelganger, I was quite surprised. The old man smiled and said. Zichen didn't mention the Zhongli city, but the old man mentioned it now, so obviously, he was from that year. Zichen, thank you for saving my life. Zichen heard the old man's words and hurriedly bowed. Don't, please don't. You are now the head of a sect. This old man doesn't dare to accept such a great gift. The old man hurriedly helped Zichen up. At the same time, he looked at Zichen and clicked his tongue. Back then, I only pointed a finger at you because you're from the Wuji sect. I didn't expect you to have such achievements after so many years. Senior, you flatter me. The devil ape was also relieved. Back then, the old man was in the dark, so it was not strange that they did not notice him. While they were talking, another person came in from outside the hall. It was also a white-haired old man. After he came in, he saw the old man beside Zichen and said, I was wondering who it was. So it's you, little guy. The newcomer was none other than Cauldron Spirit. Zichen had instructed LV Peng to summon Cauldron Spirit so that he could identify the newcomer. Old man Ming Qing looked at the old man with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Cauldron Spirit groaned and said, You little fella, you took away too many things back then. When old man Ming Qing heard that, his expression immediately changed. He cried out in surprise, You are the Cauldron Spirit, Cauldron Spirit. As expected of a member of the Boundless sect. You are indeed knowledgeable, Cauldron Spirit praised. At this moment, old man Ming Qing's identity had been revealed. He was the one who entered the ruins and took away the many resources and treasures of the Boundless sect thousands of years ago. He was also a true member of the Boundless sect. So you saw everything back then. But why didn't you show yourself? Asked old man Ming Qing. You were sneaking around back then. I stopped you after I showed myself. Cauldron Spirit's blunt words caused old man Ming Qing's face to turn awkward. Evidently, he was not very reliable back then. May I know the purpose of your visit to the Boundless sect this time, Senior? Asked Zichen after both parties became familiar with each other. Old man Ming Qing waved his hand and said, Don't call me Senior. Before Senior Cauldron Spirit, I am nothing. Just call me Ming Qing. Zichen pondered for a moment and said, Just call me Old Man Ming. May I know the purpose of your visit to the Boundless sect? Old man Ming Qing smiled and said, When I returned, I heard that the Boundless sect was being rebuilt. After asking around, I learned that it was you, Zichen, who founded it. I am, after all, a member of the Boundless sect. Therefore, I intend to rely on you. May I know if Zichen will take me in? Zichen was overjoyed when he heard that. He said, This is Senior's home. Senior, you are returning home. Zichen was very happy back then. Good. Old man Ming Qing laughed heartily and said, I am relieved to hear that. I have returned to contribute to the Boundless sect. If there is anything that you need me for, Sect Master Zichen, please do not hesitate to ask. Zichen thought for a moment and asked, Old man Ming, do you cultivate in the Yang attribute? Yes, I do. But I fear that it is not as authentic as yours. Senior, you are being too polite. As a Xiantian expert, your cultivation technique has long been authentic. Zichen's words caused a strange light to flash in old man Ming Qing's eyes. He had been restraining his aura, but he didn't expect that Zichen would still be able to sense it. Now that the Boundless sect is officially established, we still lack some core members. I wonder if Senior can take on the role of an elder and personally lead the Yang attribute. Zichen asked. Old man Ming Qing asked in return, You want me to lead the Yang attribute? Aren't you afraid that I will take it away? Old man Ming, you must be joking. We are all doing this for the Boundless sect. Even if we take it away, it is still the Boundless sect. The two looked at each other and laughed. Everything was understood without words. The two then discussed some details. After a while, Zichen said, Later, I will ask Lu Peng to refine an elder token. After that, Zichen asked Wang Qiong, "Did the spirit-devouring rats leave something for you?" Wang Qiong suddenly understood and said, "Yes, there was something." "What is it?" "The coordinates of a few small worlds." Back then, the spirit-devouring rats sighed. "Although there are no mines in this area, there are small worlds. Moreover, there are more resources in these small worlds than in the Bedlam lands. But back then, we were all in the Bedlam lands and didn't have time to care about these small worlds, so we didn't send anyone here." Zichen nodded and said, "Good. When we have time, we will go and investigate these small worlds." Everyone left one after another. Zichen was the only one left in the hall. Now, the Wuji sect already had 4 factions, which were yin, yang, alchemy, and formation. They still lacked the 3 major factions of artifact, sword, and physique, as well as other smaller factions. It would be great if they all came back. Each of them would be in charge of a sect, and with the support of so many resources, the Boundless sect would rise to prominence very soon. The Boundless sect had just been established and still needed a long time to adjust. Zichen was not in a hurry. He wanted to see his 3rd disciple first. The Thunder Spirit was a true living being. This kind of existence had surpassed the limits of humans. If it was successfully born, it would be at the Earth Origin realm. Even if the Thunder Spirit was born early, it would still enter the Earth Origin realm after reaching adulthood. Therefore, Zichen couldn't let this future Earth Origin realm disciple leave suddenly. Halfway, Zichen saw LV Peng and asked where the Thunder Spirit went. LV Peng told him that it went to Ling Er's place. Zichen went to Ling Er's place. Although he was far away, he heard Ling Er's voice. She asked, "You too, do you know how to call me?" A young voice sounded, "Yes, Master's wife." Ling Er said with satisfaction, "Not bad, Zhenfeng is the most sensible." "Thunder Spirit, you didn't say anything. Did you forget? Master's wife will teach you more." The corner of Lei Ling's mouth twitched. This Ling Er was only in the Dan Essence realm, which was similar to his cultivation level. Previously, he was extremely unconvinced, but after the 2 of them fought, he was the one who lost. Moreover, this woman who wanted to become Madame Zichen was really tough. He was born prematurely, and his vitality was greatly damaged. He really didn't want to tangle with her. He bowed and said immaturely, "Master's wife." "Hehe, that's more like it. Remember, in the future, you too can call me that in front of others. But don't call me that in front of your master. He'll be embarrassed." Before Ling Er could finish, she saw that the 2 of them had strange expressions, and they both looked behind her. "Master, Master." Zhenfeng was the first to speak, his voice trembling. The Thunder Spirit looked at Zichen and curled his lips, but didn't say anything. When Ling Er turned around and saw Zichen, her expression changed, but she quickly became strong again. "Why don't you make any sound when you walk?" Zichen coldly said, "You were too pleased with yourself and forgot your status. Naturally, you didn't hear someone behind you." Ling Er stuck out her tongue and didn't say anything else. Zichen then looked at Zhenfeng and asked, "How is your cultivation going?" When it came to cultivation, Zhenfeng raised his head and asked, "Master, I've been cultivating very hard, but why can't I form any true qi?" Zichen said, "Your talent is much higher than an ordinary person's." Without waiting for Zichen to finish, the Thunder Spirit laughed. What did you say?" "You're saying his talent is much higher than an ordinary person's?" "Haha, you must be joking. He's just a piece of trash with no talent at all. He can't even compare to an ordinary person, so how can you say his talent is high?" Zhenfeng's face immediately lost all color, and his body trembled. Zichen sent the Thunder Spirit flying with a slap and indifferently said, "What does a brat like you know?" Then Zichen looked at Zhenfeng and said, "I have high expectations for you. What I'm going to teach you isn't a true qi cultivation method, but an extremely powerful body tempering method. On the path of cultivation, if you want to have high achievements, you must have a powerful physique. Once your physique is strong enough, I'll teach you the true qi cultivation method. But before that, I'll constantly check on you. As long as you don't meet my standards, I'll completely cripple your cultivation." Hearing that, Zhenfeng's eyes lit up once more. He nodded heavily. Don't worry, Master. I'll definitely work hard to cultivate. Many years later, Zhenfeng, a body cultivator, suddenly rose to prominence. He was a youth without the slightest talent, but he had suppressed numerous monstrous geniuses and obtained his own glory. The thunder spirit ran back, but it didn't dare say anything. That was because Zichen's slap had been even stronger. He was clearly angry. Zichen looked at the thunder spirit and said, "Watch your senior apprentice brother carefully. Supervise his cultivation." The thunder spirit was dissatisfied, but it still nodded. Many years later, someone would ask Zhenfeng how he could have such accomplishments without any cultivation talent. Zhenfeng looked into the distance and thought for a long time before saying, "First, I have an amazing master. He gave me a chance to reach the heavens in a single step. Second, I have an amazing junior apprentice brother. His talent is extraordinary, and he broke through to the primal core realm at such a young age. His cultivation realm rapidly increases. Being with him always hurts my mental state. In order to give myself some dignity, I can only work hard to cultivate." Zhenfeng's story was a story for another time. After Zichen arranged for Zhenfeng and the Thunder Spirit, he had Linge lead the extreme Yin faction. Linge had a pure Yin body and was a Xiantian expert. Now that she was at the primal core realm, she already had the qualifications to take in a disciple. Thus, the everlasting sect's new disciples were screened over and over again. First was formation, then primal core, and finally yin and yang. Chapter 997. This time, Zichen chose the body and sword branches. His method was much simpler than the others. He placed the 9 sword steles and the stone wall he had obtained in the past in 10 different places, allowing the youths to sense them one by one. They only had mortal bodies, so the Xiantian techniques wouldn't harm them. After they calmed down and looked at the steles, Zichen would assign them to whichever branch they wanted. The 10 items were placed in 10 different directions, separated by 1,000 meters. Zichen stood at the center of the 10 items and released his spiritual sense to check the youths' expressions. Outside, there were a few people in the air. They were waiting for Zichen's orders to arrange for these youths. Sword branch. Zichen saw an illusory sword in one of the youth's consciousness and said indifferently. A person walked up and took the nervous youth away. The youth didn't know that his fate would change because of this. Even if he only had a little talent, with the resources Zichen had brought back, his future would be limitless. Body cultivation. Zichen's indifferent voice sounded again. The sword sect and the physical body sect were split into 2 factions. Only the talented youths of these 2 factions would receive special training. As for the others, they would be classified as ordinary physical body cultivators. Zichen had already decided that the Wuji sect's development would begin with physical body cultivators. He didn't expect the Wuji sect's disciples to have a strong understanding of the techniques after they left. He only hoped that the Wuji sect's disciples would have a strong physique. Zichen's strong physique had helped him survive countless dangers. After another round of selection, the remaining youths were classified as ordinary disciples. They would begin with body cultivators. During this time, Zichen called the Liu clan's patriarch over. After 2 hours of discussion, the Liu clan made a big decision. All of the Liu clan's experts with forging skills would return to the Wuji sect and establish the artifact branch. Now, the Wuji sect already had 7 major factions: sword, alchemy, yin, yang, artifact, physique, and formation. These were all carefully selected. The rest of the slightly ordinary young people were ordinary disciples. These disciples were taught by Wild Wolf, Black Wind, and the others. After the selection was completed, Zichen returned to his room. He didn't appear for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days, Zichen came out and took out a set of extremely simple but effective body tempering cultivation methods for young people. This was the first stage of the cultivation method, and all the youths started cultivating from this stage. At the same time, Zichen also took out a second set of body tempering cultivation methods. This was for the true energy boundary miners. Now, they no longer mined and focused on cultivation. After that, there would be a third and fourth set of body tempering techniques, which would give spiritual source and core source respectively. At the same time, Zichen sternly warned that this cultivation method was not to be spread or traded. The entire Wuji sect was like a brand new machine. All aspects needed to be adjusted. Fortunately, the entire Wuji sect was a single entity, and there would be no disagreements. After some adjustment and friction, it would become a high-speed machine. Although the Wuji sect had already stored up an endless amount of resources, it couldn't support the daily consumption of hundreds of thousands of cultivators. As such, Zichen planned to follow the mission system of the Nimbus martial ancestor and use the method of earning contribution points to obtain resources. Half a month later, Zichen gathered a group of elders at the Wuji Palace. Elder Gui and Elder Ming were also present. In the Wuji sect, the sect master was the most powerful, so Zichen sat at the head of the table. Below him were Elder Gui and Elder Ming. Behind them were Wang Qiong and Wu Liu, and then LV Peng and the others. The Wuji sect was very large, and Zichen couldn't see everything. The elders of the various factions first talked about the recent developments. Zichen was very satisfied when he heard this. He nodded and said, "Not bad." Then, he glanced around and his gaze fell on Zhong Tong. Zhong Tong, sect master. Zhong Tong stepped forward and bowed. Zichen took out a jade bottle and sent some energy into it. The jade bottle floated forward. Zhong Tong took the jade bottle and asked curiously, "Sect master, this is," Zichen said, "there are 50 drops of thunder liquid essence inside. Use it to purify the origin energy in your body and try to become a carnate martial artist." Zhong Tong's eyes flashed. Carnate martial artist. Zichen nodded. "That's right. This is thunder liquid essence. It's a treasure among treasures." Elder Ming didn't answer, but the light in his eyes indicated that he wasn't calm. Zhong Tong thanked him again and again. He carefully took the bottle and put it away. "Wild Wolf," Zichen said again. Wild Wolf stepped forward. Zichen took out another jade bottle and said, 50 drops of thunder liquid essence. Try to transform." Wild Wolf nodded. The excitement in his eyes was indescribable. They were already in the late stage of the primal core realm. 50 drops of thunder liquid essence might not be enough to complete the transformation. After all, the stronger one was, the more impurities there would be in their body and the more thunder liquid essence they would need to refine. Zichen only gave out 2 bottles of thunder liquid essence. This made the others feel a little strange. Zichen explained, "The Wuji sect has just been established and needs everyone to guard it. It's impossible for everyone to go into seclusion. After Zhong Tong and Wild Wolf successfully transform, you can go. However, only 2 people can enter seclusion at a time. As for the thunder liquid essence, I'll put it in the treasure pavilion. You can take it as you wish." The others nodded. Ming Qing's expression immediately changed. He was shocked. These people didn't know how precious the thunder liquid essence was, but it didn't mean that he didn't know. It was an extremely precious thing. Its value couldn't be measured in drops. However, from Zichen's words, it was obvious that there was a lot of it. He actually wanted all the late-stage primal core realm cultivators to transform. It should be known that they weren't transforming into normal sky realm cultivators, but carnate martial artists. This kind of generosity shocked Ming Qing. After giving out the instructions, Zichen looked at Wang Qiong and said, "During this time, don't participate in the Wuji sect's matters. Focus on cultivating in seclusion." Wang Qiong nodded. Right now, he was still at the late stage of primal core realm. It should be known that ever since he met Zichen, his realm had always been higher than Zichen's. However, this time, Zichen had already broken through to the mortal core realm, while he hadn't reached peak primal core realm yet. "Wu Liu, I'm going to go out with the demon ape. You have to take care of the matters here and pay more attention." Wu Liu stood up and said, "Sect Master, don't worry." After a simple explanation, everyone dispersed. Zichen took the coordinates given by the spirit-devouring rat and left with the demon ape. Outside the Wuji sect, there were 2 places that seemed to be small worlds. The space was still unstable. The 2 went straight to the place the spirit-devouring rat had pointed out. When they reached the first place, Zichen's perfect spiritual sense clearly sensed the abnormality in the space here. Then, he forcefully broke open the space here. The space was broken open, and the two places were connected. Zichen could clearly feel a kind of pressure from the power of laws. This is a small world with a level restriction. If you want to enter, you have to suppress your realm, the demon ape said. Zichen nodded. He had already sensed that the requirement to enter this place was the spirit origin stage, which was the Zephyr stage. Zichen did not step into the Zephyr stage. Instead, he released a powerful spiritual sense. This world suppressed one's realm, but it didn't affect the spiritual sense from the outside world at all. Under this spiritual sense, Zichen saw that there were many strange beasts here. These strange beasts' senses were very sharp. As Zichen's spiritual sense passed by, their eyes were filled with fear, and they prostrated themselves on the ground. Apart from the strange beasts, there were many ancient medicines that were more than 10,000 years old. There were also many resources. After a while, Zichen retracted his spiritual sense and said, "This place can be used as a training ground for spirit origin realm cultivators. There should be some kind of inheritance here." The small world closed again. Zichen and the demon ape left. The two of them had many inheritances and resources. Naturally, they didn't care about the things here, so they didn't enter. After that, they went to the second small world. It's still a level restriction. This time, it's the true energy realm, the demon ape said after opening the small world. Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, let's go to the next place. Leave this place to Lu Peng. Let him build a transmission array." Zichen was quite satisfied with these two small worlds. First, they were big enough. Second, there were enough resources. No one had set foot here for at least 10,000 years. There were 4 coordinates left by the spirit-devouring rats. Zichen opened them one by one and found that they all had a suppressive effect. 2 of them were flying realm, 1 was true energy realm, and 1 was core realm. This small world was relatively more dangerous. After Zichen and the devil ape probed it, they suppressed their cultivation level and entered it one after another. There were many core realm strange beasts in this small world. As soon as Zichen entered, he was surrounded by a pack of demon wolves. The demon ape stared at these wolves and said coldly, "Kill them or not." Zichen shook his head and said, "This is a good place for training. Don't kill indiscriminately. We just need to see if there is anything that can threaten core realm cultivators." The 2 of them suppressed their realms, but they were still complete core realm cultivators. This realm was enough to kill a human core realm cultivator. So, after entering, the 2 of them were not afraid. They spread out to see if there were any abnormalities. During this time, the pack of wolves attacked Zichen. However, there was a golden light shield around him, and the wolves could not break through it. They chased after Zichen for more than 10 miles before leaving unwillingly. After that, Zichen saw another big bear. Not only was it unable to shake Zichen, but it was also sent flying after a single attack. The big bear's eyes were filled with shock, and it immediately retreated. Along the way, Zichen saw many resources. He sighed in his heart. As expected, there are many small worlds in this barbarian land. After discovering these 4 lesser realms, it could be said that the Boundless sect's resource problem had been solved. Zichen could arrange for missions to be held in these lesser realms, and all of the core essences could enter. Using the things they obtained from these lesser realms, they could exchange them for contribution points and other useful resources. This included the essence of the thunder liquid and the successive heaven technique. The 2 of them used more than 10 days to explore, but they did not even explore a third of this small world. During this time, they did not find any great danger, so they simply gave up. The coordinates of the 4 small worlds left behind by the spirit-devouring rats were very useful to the Wuji sect. After Zichen returned, he called LV Peng and had him arrange everything. At the same time, Zichen mobilized many experts to guard the entrance and exit of the small worlds. Then, Wu Liu issued the mission. In the Wuji sect, the eyes of many cultivators lit up when they saw the mission reward, especially those in the true energy realm. It had to be known that their current realm was very low, and the yuan qi in their bodies was relatively small. 2 drops of thunder liquid essence might be able to transform them into Hutian realm cultivators. 10 drops of thunder liquid essence could let them become Xiantian realm cultivators. Therefore, in order to achieve this goal, they had to go to the small worlds and fight. LV Peng used 2 months to completely obtain the entrances and exits of the 4 small worlds. After that, a group of cultivators entered the small worlds one after another. After doing all this, LV Peng went into seclusion to refine the thunder liquid. The Wuji sect was gradually on the right track, so Zichen should also calm down and cultivate. The barbarian land fell into a short period of peace, but the chaotic land was not peaceful at all. The heavenly barbarian pavilion gave up many resources and mineral veins and did not come out, which puzzled them. Chapter 998. The heavenly barbarian pavilion's relocation caused an uproar, but no one paid much attention to the heavenly barbarian pavilion. What they were truly concerned about was how to distribute the resources left behind by the heavenly barbarian pavilion. As for the heavenly barbarian pavilion's strange actions of leaving the Bedlam lands and ancient beast world, they were only puzzled. But without the heavenly barbarian pavilion in the Bedlam lands, the 5 major powers would once again become the overlords, which was beneficial to them. The entire Sky Martial continent looked peaceful on the surface, but in reality, there were turbulent undercurrents. Almost all the powers were hoarding resources and nurturing talents in preparation for the upcoming war. But before that, the experts of the various powers in the continent were looking for the Lightning Divine Hall. The news of the Lightning Divine Hall's appearance had already spread throughout the entire Sky Martial continent in a short year, but only the major powers knew about it. While searching for the Lightning Divine Hall, they also began to mobilize the experts of their clans. The most obvious one was the ancient road of training, because there were many experts gathered there. Since the Lightning Divine Hall has appeared, the destination will be confirmed soon. At that time, it will definitely be a fierce battle. The experts of the 5 elements powers gathered together once again. At this time, they gave up on everything and put all their focus on the Lightning Divine Hall. The demon race has already invaded, and our goal has been achieved. Now, it's time to retreat. That's right. Mobilize all the human origin realm experts and attack the Lightning Divine Hall. As for the demon race in the ancient road, let the ancient race deal with them. The 5 elements powers quickly came to a unanimous decision, and that was to withdraw all the human origin realm experts. Originally, they had to use the power of the rules to withdraw the human origin realm experts, which was very troublesome. But after the demon race's invasion, a loophole appeared in the rules, and everything became simple. After the discussion, the human origin realm experts of the various powers began to withdraw. When the ancient race heard the news, they were enraged. Damn it, damn the 5 elements powers. They let the demon race in, and now they want to withdraw. Jiyu Shoda's furious voice rang out. They lured the demon race here for the Lightning Divine Hall. Now that the Lightning Divine Hall has appeared, they naturally want to leave. Another elder also said angrily. Jiyu Shoda sighed. Recently, many experts of the demon race have entered and occupied many ancient roads. Once the 5 elements forces withdraw, we will be in trouble. Then what should we do? Now that there's a problem with the rules, we can't teleport away. After pondering for a moment, he said decisively, "Go, let everyone leave." Where are we going? Enter the ancient road and then find an opportunity to leave or head to the residences of other ancient clans. In any case, we can't stay here any longer. With that, Jiyu Shoda stood up and walked outside. This is a transit point. The 5 elements forces and other forces are no longer resisting the devil race. The devil race can arrive here at any time. We must retreat as soon as possible. Jiyu Shoda quickly gathered all the ancient tribe members in the area. The ancient tribe members gathered in the huge training field. Jiyu Shoda announced loudly, "Now, everyone is to enter the ancient road. If you are lucky enough to reach the gathering grounds of other ancient tribe members, you can stay there. If you can't reach there, you can take advantage of the spatial fluctuations and escape to the outside world. In short, we can't stay here any longer." Jiyu Shoda's words caused an uproar. What? You can't stay any longer? Is the demon race going to attack? If they want to fight, then let's fight. We're not afraid of them. The people of the ancient race shouted loudly. They were not afraid of the devil race. The power of laws in this place has collapsed, and we can't teleport. We can only leave through the ancient path. Jiyu Shoda didn't want to explain the reason to everyone because the aboriginals were prideful. If they found out that they were leaving because of the withdrawal of the Five Elements faction, everyone would think that they were relying on the Five Elements faction. One had to know that when the ancient race was strong, the Five Elements forces were nothing. Jiyu Shoda, who did not explain, said firmly, "Now, quickly pack your things and leave this place." The ancient road of trials was very strange. Even if everyone stepped on the same path, they would appear in different places. The power of laws in the ancient road of trials would assign them to different paths according to their cultivation level. The ancient race members were very clear about this. Therefore, what followed was a wave of farewell. "All right, everyone hurry up and leave." Jiyu Shoda, who clearly felt that something was wrong, shouted loudly. Boom! Suddenly, the entire world began to tremble, and the power of laws distorted. "Not good, everyone hurry up and leave." Jiyu Shoda's expression changed. Through some of the power of laws, he sensed that a large number of devil race members had arrived outside this world. The entire world trembled again, and a terrifying aura descended. Everyone's expression changed, and then they ran toward the exit path. Jiyu. Jiyu, who saw Jiyu from afar and shouted. Jiyu had been cultivating diligently recently. Even though she had heard the news of Zichen's death, Zichen had told her not to believe anything unless she saw it with her own eyes. Jiyu. Father. Mother. Jiyu walked over. "Hurry up and leave. We can't stay here for long." Jiyu, whose father led the three of them toward the exit. During this period, the sky trembled continuously, and the power of laws distorted wildly. This power of laws had gone completely out of control, and contained a destructive power within. Some ancient race members had already died when they accidentally touched it. Boom! Finally, a deafening sound rang out, and a huge hole was forcefully torn open in this world. A tall black figure stood outside the hole, looking down at the world below with his scarlet eyes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Children, kill. Kill to your heart's content." Noisy noises came from the black hole, and pitch-black demonic chi swept down from the sky like a flood, filling the entire small world. Within this demonic chi, pairs of blood-red eyes that were like lanterns emitted a blood-red glow. They were filled with endless killing intent as they charged toward the ancient race members. "Kill!" Shouts rang out instantly, and the demonic chi flooded the entire world. The entire world turned black. Boom! A deafening sound rang out from the crowd, and the demonic chi within a radius of a few thousand meters was instantly evaporated, along with dozens of ancient race members. The battle had just begun, and an ancient race member had already self-destructed. However, the demonic chi that had just disappeared was quickly replenished, and the entire world turned black. As far as the eye could see, there was demonic chi everywhere, and ancient race members were everywhere. Just like the demonic ape's world-engulfing demon, everyone's spiritual senses were completely suppressed. They could only see that there were ancient race members all around them, but they couldn't see what was happening outside. "Die!" Another shout rang out, and another ancient race member self-destructed. In this situation where they knew that they were going to die, all the ancient race members resolutely chose to unleash their full combat power, and that was to self-destruct their elemental core. Go! A powerful aura surged around Jiyu, whose father. He mobilized half of the origin energy in his body to form a light shield, protecting the three of them inside. Then, with a strong push, the three of them flew forward in the light shield. "Father! Father!" Jiyu and Jiyu who shouted. Jiyu, whose mother also had tears in her eyes. They saw their father laughing and laughing. Many devils surrounded him, but after only one breath of time, an extremely powerful destructive energy appeared, and the surrounding devils, along with their devil chi, all dissipated. The self-destruction continued. This was a feast of self-destruction, but also a feast of destruction. Before they could fly a few miles, the three of them were surrounded by many ancient race members. "Let's go." Ji-yu, whose mother wiped away the tears on her face. Then, like Ji-yu, whose father, she pushed the two of them away with great force. She also had a smile on her face, but it was a strange smile. Then, with a loud boom, her body exploded. A piercing light illuminated the demonic chi in the surroundings, dispelling it. Another group of dark demon people died. Ji-yu and Ji-yu, who screamed loudly, tears streaming down their faces. Even when the two of them self-destructed, they didn't manage to save Ji-yu and Ji-yu's lives. This was because there were too many ancient race members in this world. The two of them were once again surrounded. This time, there was madness in Ji-yu's eyes. He shouted angrily, "Ancient race members, your lord who will fight it out with you." As he spoke, Ji-yu was about to charge forward to kill the ancient race members, but he was stopped by Ji-yu. "Little Hu, you go. I'll do it." Ji-yu's voice was calm and firm. "Ji-yu, you're crazy. I should be the one protecting you now," Ji-yu said loudly. Ji-yu shook her head and said, "Brother is dead. Father and mother are dead. Zi-chen is also dead. You're the only family I have left in this world, so I hope you can live." Ji-yu pushed Ji-yu away. "I still hope you can live. Zi-chen isn't dead yet. He'll come back for you." Ji-yu smiled miserably and didn't answer. Instead, she charged toward the ancient race members. "Since you're fighting to die, I'll fulfill your wishes." A cold and eerie voice sounded. Then, an even more turbulent demonic chi engulfed the two of them. Boom! Boom! Two explosions came from the demonic chi. Like two blinding lights, they spread out with destructive energy. Damn it! In the dispersing demonic chi, an ancient race member with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth appeared. Just now, he was almost destroyed by the explosion of the two. If he hadn't dodged at the critical moment, he would have died. Kill! Kill everyone here! This was another feast of slaughter, a feast of the devil race. The entire slaughter lasted for 2 hours. After 2 hours, the devil chi that filled the sky dispersed. Many devil race members stood in the sky. The world that was originally full of vitality was now dead silent. There were less than 20 corpses on the ground. The other ancient race members had all self-destructed, leaving nothing behind. Damned ancient race. The ancient race members had obtained a complete victory, but they weren't happy at all. This was because the price they paid was several times or even more than 10 times that of the ancient race. Above the pitch-black hole, the devil ape stood. Sensing that there were no more living humans in this world, he said, "Children, pack up and head to the next world." The devil race experts left with many devils. Soon, new devils would come in and set up camp here, turning it into another devil race camp. In a distant land of savages, Zi-chen, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't know why, but he felt extremely uneasy today. He couldn't calm down and cultivate. Did something happen? Zi-chen stood up and left his room. He began patrolling the boundless sect. After an hour, Zi-chen didn't find anything out of the ordinary. However, he felt extremely uneasy. Helpless, he could only go check on the 2 small worlds to see if they had taken shape. Chapter 999. The restless Zi-chen called over the demonic ape, and the two prepared to enter the small world to investigate. This small world had only just stabilized, and it took them quite a bit of effort to break it open. When the small world was broken open, a wave of method power surged out. The demonic ape frowned. It's a small world with a cultivation realm suppression. It's an inner core realm. This kind of small world was no longer of much use to the two of them, but it was definitely a good thing for the boundless sect. Zi-chen nodded absent-mindedly. "What's wrong?" The demonic ape glanced at Zi-chen. Zi-chen shook his head and said, "I don't know. I just feel like something happened, and I'm a bit restless." The boundless sect. Zi-chen shook his head again. "No, I don't know where it is either." The entrance to the small world in front of the two closed. After knowing that it was an inner core realm, the two of them did not enter. The demonic ape said, "Cultivators rarely feel restless. For you to suddenly feel this way, something must have happened. However, your foundation is in the boundless sect, and this place is perfectly fine. What could have happened? Chen and the demonic ape glanced at each other and simultaneously exclaimed, "The ancient road of the trial." Apart from the boundless sect, the people that Chen cared about were still on the ancient road of the trial. His 4 lovers were there, as well as Tyrant, Zhong Haotian, and Wang Shan. The demons appeared on the ancient road of the trial, and I suddenly felt restless. Could something have happened to them? Chen had a bad feeling. The demonic ape said, "Why don't we go back and take a look?" Chen's heartbeat sped up. After a moment's thought, he shook his head. There's no need to rush. After guessing that something had happened on the ancient road of the trial, Chen was no longer in the mood to investigate the second small world, so he returned with the demonic ape. The 2 of them returned to the boundless sect, and Chen had someone call Wang Qiong over. Wang Qiong was still in seclusion. When he was suddenly awakened, he thought that something had happened and quickly rushed to the main hall. Something happened. Wang Qiong looked at Chen, who was pacing back and forth in the main hall. "It's not a big deal. It's just that I need to leave for a while. There are some things I need to arrange for you." Wang Qiong didn't ask where Chen was going. A light flashed in Chen's hand, and the mortal yuan fruit appeared. "This is the mortal yuan fruit that I obtained. One fruit will allow you to break through to the mortal yuan realm, but don't be in a hurry to refine it. First, raise your yuan qi to the xiantian realm, then raise your spiritual sense and physical strength to the limit. Only then can you refine this fruit." When Wang Qiong saw the mortal essence fruit, a strange expression flashed on his face. However, he did not decline and directly accepted it. There was no need for pleasantries between the 2 of them. "I'm going to take the sword steely away. You'll have to take care of things here. I've left behind many resources in the treasury. There's quite a bit of thunder liquid essence. Have LV Peng and the others refine it as they please until their yuan qi transforms." "Oh, right, it's impossible for a true element realm cultivator to refine an entire drop of thunder liquid essence. Have Qin Xing and Qin He think of a way to dilute the thunder liquid essence. Also, this time we've recruited youths, they have to be diligent in raising them. I'll come up with a cultivation method as soon as possible." Chen instructed. Wang Qiong quietly listened, then nodded his head. After finishing his instructions, Chen returned to his room and began to list out the cultivation methods that the youths would need to practice in the future. After knowing where the problem was, Chen's heart calmed down, and his speed in dealing with matters became even faster. After 7 days and 7 nights, Chen once again walked out and handed over the cultivation method to Wang Qiong. "You've really decided to go alone and not bring the devil ape?" Wang Qiong asked after receiving the cultivation method. Chen shook his head. "This place needs to be guarded by experts, and the devil ape is extremely suitable. The major powers haven't sent anyone over yet. Their attention should be attracted by the lightning divine palace. However, we can't be certain. If something happens, we should focus on defense." After giving out some more instructions, Chen left. This time, he went to Ling Er's residence. Chen Feng and Lei Ling were both young fellows, and were currently together with Ling Er. Ling Er was taking care of the 2 of them. When Chen arrived, Ling Er wasn't there. Chen Feng was practicing a fist technique that Chen had specially designed for him, allowing him to increase his strength through practicing. "Master." Seeing Chen's arrival, Chen Feng was still a little nervous. On the other hand, Lei Ling, who was lying on the side, lazily glanced at Chen, then closed his eyes once again. Chen nodded towards Chen Feng, then glanced at Lei Ling. A strange light flashed through his eyes. After not seeing him for a few months, Lei Ling's strength had increased again. Furthermore, he looked like he was 4 or 5 years old. "Why aren't you watching your senior brother cultivate? What are you doing lying there?" Chen asked with a sullen face. Lei Ling stood up, stretched his body, and said with dissatisfaction, "I'm using my spiritual sense to watch." Hearing that, Chen Feng's face immediately turned red. This junior brother of his was really too strong. He could kill 1,000 of him with a single finger. Chen coldly snorted. Lei Ling didn't care, but he didn't want to anger Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen's voice rang out in his mind. Lei Ling looked at Zi Chen with surprise, then looked at Chen Feng. At this moment, he finally understood why Zi Chen wanted to take this trash as a disciple. I know. Lei Ling seriously nodded. Cultivate well. Zi Chen rubbed Chen Feng's head and said warmly, then turned and left. This was the first time Chen Feng heard Zi Chen speak so warmly. He was moved to tears. Lei Ling curled his lips, then a mischievous smile appeared on his face. He said to Zi Chen, "Since you're leaving, aren't you going to say goodbye to my master's wife and give her a goodbye kiss?" In the distance, Zi Chen, who had just soared into the sky, staggered and almost fell. He turned and fiercely glared at Lei Ling, then turned and left. Lei Ling's childish laughter rang out. After explaining everything, Zi Chen left. When he was out of the Wuji sect, he took out the token given to him by the ancient family. However, after he sent his power into the token, there was no reaction. How can this be? Zi Chen was puzzled. He then took out the ancient token given to him by the Jin family. However, it was still useless. The two tokens seemed to have lost their effect. Could it be because I'm in the savage land and am too far away from the ancient road? Zi Chen frowned and flew towards the teleportation array at top speed. Then, he stepped onto the teleportation array and arrived at the chaotic land. When he arrived, the situation was the same. Zi Chen's expression changed. He secretly thought that there was indeed a problem with the ancient road. Zi Chen didn't stop at the outskirts of the chaotic land. He went straight to the nearest market. Along the way, he displayed his true speed. In less than half a day, he arrived at the nearest market. Because the Heavenly Brute Pavilion had left many resources and mines in the outskirts, many forces wanted a share of the profits. This caused the nearest market to be extremely lively. After Zi Chen arrived at the market, he went straight to the teleportation array. However, the teleportation array kept flashing and many cultivators appeared. This seemed to be never-ending. Zi Chen frowned. Beside him, there were many people waiting to step onto the teleportation array. They had also waited for a long time. They looked anxious but didn't dare to speak. The cultivators who came out of the teleportation array were obviously from the same force. They looked at the others with mocking expressions. Zi Chen finally lost his patience. His aura surged and swept towards the teleportation array. At the same time, he shouted, "Go back." The cultivators who had just been teleported out were sucked in by a huge force and disappeared immediately. This scene shocked the others. Even the cultivators who had mocked him earlier widened their eyes and didn't dare to say anything. The aura emanating from Zi Chen's body struck fear into their hearts. Under the suppression of the aura, no one else appeared in the teleportation array. Zi Chen strode forward and stepped onto the teleportation array. He said indifferently, "Send me to Central City." Beside him, the cultivators guarding the teleportation array stepped forward and tapped on the teleportation array. Zi Chen's figure disappeared. What a terrifying aura. It's even stronger than someone who has attained the primal core realm. He must be a strong person in the mortal origin realm. That's Zi Chen, the leader of the Heavenly Brute Pavilion, Zi Chen. After Zi Chen left, there were discussions all around. Some people recognized Zi Chen. Zi Chen. Didn't he bring the Heavenly Brute Pavilion back to the barbarian land? Why is he here? After knowing Zi Chen's identity, the crowd was puzzled. While the crowd was discussing Zi Chen, in Central City, the Wei clan cultivators surrounded the teleportation array as if they were facing a great enemy. This was because the cultivators on their side had been sent back by a huge force. With a flash of light, Zi Chen appeared. When he saw the elixir essences around him, he frowned. "Zi Chen, you're Zi Chen." Someone exclaimed. As an overlord, many of them recognized Zi Chen. After seeing Zi Chen, they no longer had the will to fight and retreated. However, Zi Chen thought that they were too slow. With a wave of his sleeve, the elixir essences were immediately thrown away. Zi Chen walked past the crowd and headed out of the city. News of Zi Chen's arrival spread quickly. However, by the time the 5 clan leaders arrived, Zi Chen had already left. Zi Chen is in a hurry. Where is he going? The 5 clan leaders were puzzled and sent someone to find out. Soon, a cultivator found out where Chen had gone and returned to report. What? Chen went to the ancient beast world? When the crowd heard this, they cried out in alarm, greatly confused. The heavenly barbarian pavilion had already left the ancient beast world and the chaotic lands. As the pavilion leader, why would Chen come to the ancient beast world alone? Could it be that we're going to war with the monster clan? All the clan heads started to fantasize. However, this was obviously unrealistic. If he really wanted to start a war, he wouldn't have waited until now. Everyone didn't understand, but they didn't dare to send people to investigate because there were no more humans in the ancient beast world. It was the world of the demons. Chen arrived at the ancient beast world and headed straight for the ancient road to the ancient trial. Human, there's a human here. Kill the human. Along the way, Chen encountered many demons. When they saw Chen, their eyes were filled with murderous intent. They all charged at Chen. However, they retreated even faster. Although they had suppressed their strength, the berserk aura of the great perfection Chen still caused the expressions of the monster clan to change. Under this berserk aura, the monster clan was either injured or killed. Chen headed straight for the depths. Wherever he went, no demons dared to stop him. 2 days later, Chen arrived at the ancient road. There were powerful demons guarding here. However, in front of Chen, these so-called powerful demons were nothing, even if they were dragonians. Chapter 1000. Chen stood in front of the passageway. The passageway was tightly shut. Chen tried to sense the passageway with his yuan qi, but he couldn't find any loopholes. Something had happened to the ancient road, but the passageway still opened every 9 years. This made Chen extremely disappointed. Around him, there were demons with shocked faces. Just now, Chen had injured the dragon man, so they didn't dare to act rashly. They stood at a distance and were on guard. Seeing that his probing was fruitless, Chen's gaze landed on the injured dragonborn. What are you doing? Facing Chen's cold eyes, the dragon man's heart couldn't help but tremble. Take me to the teleportation portal, Chen said. Teleportation portal? The dragon man was confused. The teleportation portal to the demon city, Chen repeated in a cold tone. Demons, you want to go to the demon city? The dragon man shouted. Chen glanced at the dragon man indifferently. The dragon man's heart trembled, but he didn't say anything. He led Chen away to the demon city. His face was calm, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. Once he entered the monster city, the arrogant human would be torn into pieces by the monster cultivators. There were many human origin stage cultivators in the monster city. It would be easy for them to kill a Dan origin stage cultivator. Around the teleportation array of the monster city, the other monster clans had already received the news. Many monster clans had gathered around the teleportation array. The 3 leaders of the monster clans were all in the human origin stage. They were well prepared to kill any human who dared to enter the city. With a flash of light, 2 figures appeared in the teleportation portal. It's him. Catch him. The dragon man shouted as soon as he appeared. At the same time, he turned into a phantom and rushed out of the portal. Chen didn't stop him. His expression was calm. How dare you come to the demon city and cause trouble? You're courting death. Die. Cold voices came from all around. However, only the voices could be heard. No demons made a move. Furthermore, after each person uttered a sentence, no one could hear a second sentence. The surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. A group of demons against a single human, but they felt a sense of oppression in their hearts. It's you, Chen. After a moment of silence, one of the leaders of the demon clan exclaimed. Chen, it's Chen. 2 more whispers came from the side. As human origin stage warriors, they were the guards of the demon city. Of course, they had met Chen a year ago and had a deep impression of Chen. Therefore, they recognized him at first glance. What? His Chen? He's the human Chen who attacked us in Demon City. Chen was obviously very famous in the Demon City. At this moment, Cries of surprise could be heard from all around. The Dragonians who had brought Zi Chen here had turned even paler. I want to see Yuan Bao. Zi Chen's gaze swept around before finally landing on the 3 leaders of the demon clan. The 3 of them were stunned and then bitterly smiled. Yuan Bao was an Earth Origin stage cultivator. Not everyone could meet him. At least, the 3 of them couldn't. If it were any other human who mentioned Yuan Bao's name, they would have been enraged. However, Yuan Bao had personally sent Zi Chen off when he left. The 3 of them looked at each other. One of them said, "Wait a moment, we'll pass on your message." After the demons left, Zi Chen stood on the teleportation array. Zi Chen was obviously anxious when the demons still hadn't returned. Another demon explained, "Let's wait a little longer. Master Yuan Bao is a noble figure. We can't just meet him like that." Zi Chen nodded. "A distinguished guest is here. You bastards didn't receive him properly and let him stand here." A loud shout came from afar as a tall figure approached. "Leader Yuan Lin." It was Yuan Lin. The other demons bowed to him. "Zi Chen, why are you here?" Yuan Lin went straight to Zi Chen. "I'm looking for Senior Yuan Bao," Zi Chen said. "This isn't the place to talk. Come with me to the tavern." Yuan Lin pulled Zi Chen away and explained, "Senior Yuan Bao isn't here. I've sent someone to inform him when I heard you were here, but it'll take some time." Zi Chen nodded, and there was a worried expression between his brows. "What's wrong?" "It's urgent. I want to go to the ancient road. Can you help me?" Zi Chen asked. "What? The ancient road? Didn't you just come from there? Why do you want to go there?" Yuan Lin was confused. "It's a long story. Can you help me?" Zi Chen asked again. Yuan Lin shook his head and said, "I can't, but you can ask Yuan Long. Maybe he can." Yuan Long. Zi Chen remembered him. He had a special power, but his realm wasn't high. Yuan Lin explained, "Yuan Long has a high status in the demon race. He might know how to enter the ancient road." The 2 went to the tavern. Yuan Lin ordered food and wine while waiting for Yuan Long to arrive. After a pot of wine, Yuan Long appeared outside the tavern. He was wearing a blue robe and looked like a human. He saw the 2 of them as soon as he entered the tavern. He nodded slightly and walked over. "Zi Chen, long time no see," Yuan Long greeted. Zi Chen nodded. "Yes, it's been a long time." Yuan Lin poured wine for Yuan Long. Yuan Long asked, "You came so suddenly. You must have something to do." Zi Chen looked at Yuan Long and said, "I want to enter the ancient road again. Can you help me?" The ape dragon's indifferent face changed, and the expression on his face became strange. "Everyone is hiding in that damned place now. It's too late to leave even if you want to, and you're still here. What happened?" Zi Chen asked. "You still don't know." "Oh, right." Yuan Long explained, "Now that the Lightning Divine Hall has appeared, all the powers in the Martial Sky continent are focused on it. As for the ancient road and the demon race, no one is paying attention to them. It's fine if they don't pay attention, but the various powers actually called back all their experts from the ancient road." "What?" Zi Chen's expression changed. He raged, "They attracted the demon race, but now they're taking the initiative to withdraw." Yuan Lin was clearly shocked by this news. So many powers had withdrawn. That meant they had completely abandoned the ancient road for the Lightning Divine Hall. Yuan Long shrugged. "I also just heard the news. In any case, everyone wants to leave the ancient road. No one is willing to enter. What about the ancient races? Did they also withdraw?" Zi Chen asked again. Yuan Long shook his head. "Almost all the powers belonging to the ancient races are on the ancient road. They naturally can't withdraw. Now that the demon race is invading, the major powers are avoiding them. The ones truly resisting the demon race are the ancient races." When Zi Chen heard this, he could not say a word. Yuan Long knew that Zi Chen's relationship with the ancient races wasn't shallow. The ancient races have deep foundations. They're not any weaker than the major powers. Furthermore, they can use the power of laws. It won't be easy for the demon race to take advantage of them. Zi Chen didn't know what to say. He could only nod, but his expression was changing. Do you still want to enter the ancient road? Yuan Long asked. Zichen firmly nodded. Yuan Long shouted, You're crazy. You're just throwing your life away. Zichen said, My friends are all inside. I'm afraid something will happen to them. The ancient road is so big. There are countless small worlds inside. How will you find them? Even if I can't find them, I still have to. Zichen was determined. Yuan Long sighed helplessly. Fine, up to you. However, I don't have any other way. Wait for Yuan Bao. As an Earth Yuan expert, he should have a way to send you into the ancient road. Thank you very much. No need to be so polite. Come, let's drink. The three of them raised their cups. After a day, Yuan Bao returned after receiving the news. As soon as he returned, he went to Yuan Long's residence because Zichen was there. Little friend Zichen, there's an emergency. Yuan Bao descended from the sky, looking travel-worn. Zichen said directly, I want to enter the ancient road. The ancient road. Yuan Bao looked at Zichen, then at Yuan Long and Yuan Lin. He didn't tell you about the current situation of the ancient road. He did. Yuan Bao frowned and stopped persuading. After a while, he said, Then when are you going in? As soon as possible. Yuan Bao nodded in the end. All right then, follow me. Where to? The ancient beast world. Yuan Long and Yuan Lin also followed Zichen. They said they wanted to send Zichen off. Yuan Bao, did you guys find anything in the Thunder God Palace? On the way, Yuan Long asked. Small gains. What do you mean? We've found the approximate location of the Thunder God Palace. Now, we just need to wait. I believe there will be results soon. Yuan Long was shocked. Doesn't that mean there's going to be a great war? A great battle is inevitable, and it will be an unprecedented one. After so many years, the various forces have already accumulated enough experts. I'm sure they will do their best for this battle to become a god. Zichen's expression didn't change. This was a matter of the entire Tianwu continent. It had nothing to do with him, a mere human origin realm cultivator. He couldn't reprimand these forces for not caring about the demons and their own interests. All he had to do was find friends and protect this barbarian land. That was all. After the four of them suppressed their realms, they entered the ancient beast world. Along the way, no one stopped them when they encountered the demons. The four of them reached the passage. Yuan Bao pointed at it and said, The power of laws here is already unstable. I can forcibly open it for you, but I can't guarantee that there won't be chaos inside. Senior, you just need to open it, said Zichen. That's good. Yuan Bao nodded. He stretched out his hand and pointed forward. That finger was glowing with a resplendent light. When Zichen saw that light, his expression changed and he whispered, Cosmic energy. Yuan Bao condensed the power of laws in his hand. The Earth origin realm has already surpassed the human origin realm. I've started to comprehend the laws and try to control them. Yuan Bao laughed. Unfortunately, I've been in the Earth origin realm for so long, but I can only use this little bit of the power of laws. With that, the power of laws landed in front of them. The void trembled, and a passage slowly appeared. Zichen looked at Yuan Bao gratefully, then at the other two. Take care. Yuan Long and Yuan Lin said. Zichen nodded and walked into the passage. The moment he entered, the passage disappeared. Yuan Bao sighed, Let's go back. The ape dragon asked cautiously, Will he die? Yuan Bao shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Chapter 1001. As soon as Zichen appeared on the teleportation platform of the starting ground, he heard the sound of energy exploding. You damned demons, go to hell. Then, a cold and excited voice sounded. The entire square was shrouded by an energy barrier that contained the power of laws. The battle was taking place at the edge of the square. The one fighting was a beautiful woman. She held a large saber in her hand. She was fighting 1 against 2, but she was not at a disadvantage. Not far from the woman, the cripple was sitting there, watching the woman fight the demons. The woman was undoubtedly Suo Fei. The old man was nowhere to be seen. Only 2 of the 3 were left. However, there were other people in the square besides the two of them. 3 of them were in the human origin realm. At this moment, 2 of the 3 were opening a passage. The other one said to the trial core realm cultivator, "What are you looking at? Go in." Zichen saw the trial core realm cultivator and his expression changed. He subconsciously took a few steps back and looked at the battle not far away. The human origin realm cultivator said again, "Once you enter, there is no way out. Either you die here or on the ancient road." The other core realm cultivators also changed their expressions. However, they looked at the demons and then at the black mass of demon chi outside the shield. In the end, they gritted their teeth and entered the ancient road. Zichen sensed that the 3 of them were opening the 9th grade ancient road. More than 10 core realm cultivators left one after another. When they were about to close the passage, they suddenly saw Zichen. One of them said in surprise, "Hey, there is another one. Come here quickly." Hearing this, Zichen got off the teleportation array and walked forward. "Go in quickly," the human origin realm cultivator urged. Zichen didn't go in. Instead, he looked at the battle in front of him and asked in a low voice, "How long have they been here?" Zichen's voice was calm. There was no panic or worry. The human origin realm cultivator was startled and looked at Zichen in surprise. They didn't understand where this little core realm cultivator got his confidence from. Hearing the familiar voice, the cripple's body trembled. He couldn't help but turn around. When he saw Zichen, his face was filled with surprise and joy. "Zichen, it's you." Zichen looked at Cripple and nodded. Cripple laughed and said, "Quickly close the passage. He doesn't need to go in. Don't let him in by mistake." Hearing this, the 3 of them closed the passageway. They still looked at Zichen with puzzled gazes. However, when they heard Zichen's name, they felt that it was somewhat familiar. "He is Zichen, the Zichen who killed a spirit." Cripple's emphasis caused the 3 of them to come to a sudden realization, and shock appeared in their eyes. Zichen's story had already spread among the body cultivators. The fact that he had killed a human origin spiritual body when he was only at the late stage of the core realm was exclusive to the body cultivators. At this moment, seeing Zichen's true body appear, even if the other party was only at the Dan essence level, his battle prowess could not be underestimated. "You really are Zichen." The 3 of them suddenly became excited. How could it be fake? Cripple didn't wait for Zichen to reply and laughed. During this time, Cripple had been sitting on the ground and hadn't gotten up. Zichen took the initiative to approach him. When he saw Cripple, Zichen's expression changed. He stared at Cripple's legs in a daze. "Hee, gone. Both of them are gone." Cripple chuckled. His smile was filled with bitterness and loneliness. "Even a treasure pill can't cure them?" Zichen asked. Cripple said, "They already have hidden injuries. Together with the corrosion of the rule power, nothing can cure them. But as long as I successfully enter the Earth origin realm, everything will automatically recover." Zichen nodded, but didn't know what to say to comfort him. "This is already very good. Thinking back to that day when I was cut into several pieces by the rule power and pieced back together, I'm already very happy that I can still breathe." Cripple's expression immediately became gloomy. Unfortunately, that old guy didn't succeed. Zichen naturally knew who that old guy was. His mouth moved, but he didn't say anything. Sophie is in danger just by chatting with you. You should quickly go and help her." Cripple pouted and looked at Sophie, who was fighting not far away. "Okay, I'll go and replace her." Zichen nodded. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside Sophie. Sophie slashed out with her blade, and the light from the blade forced the 2 demons back. She also took 2 steps back and said loudly, "Zichen, welcome back to the starting ground. At the same time, congratulations on being alive. I'll leave this place to you." After Sophie put away her blade, she glanced at Zichen. After coming here again, Zichen discovered that both Sophie and Cripple had changed. Zichen couldn't explain this change. It should be a kind of indifference. Since they didn't fear death, they naturally didn't fear Zichen and spoke more casually. Sophie retreated, and Zichen stepped forward. He looked at the 2 demons from head to toe. The two demons didn't look much different from the devil ape. Their bodies were surrounded by a pitch-black devil chi, and their eyes were blood-red. However, they had two horns on their heads, and the horns were surging with powerful energy. Human, die. Sensing the aura of Jindan essence surging from Zichen's body, the demon's expressions immediately became disdainful. One of them flashed and rushed toward Zichen. In the process, he swung his palm at Zichen. The terrifying palm print caused the space to tremble, and a surge of powerful energy surged. The demon was confident that this palm print could kill this human. Zichen stood motionless, quietly watching the palm print approach. In the distance, several human origin realm cultivators were looking in his direction. As the palm print approached, the wind blew his black hair and stung his cheeks. Seeing that the attack was almost within reach, the demon revealed a sinister smile. At this moment, Zichen also moved. He also swung his palm print and slapped out. The small palm print collided with the opponent's huge palm print, causing a loud explosion. The void trembled, and a ripple of energy spread out. Zichen stood in his original position, motionless. On the other hand, the demon was sent flying until he smashed into the light barrier again. During this time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The powerful force penetrated the palm print and directly shattered one of the demon's arms. You! The other demon's expression of disdain froze, then turned into shock and horror. In terms of physique, the demons were much stronger than humans. However, in the attack just now, the demon had suffered a great loss. Damn it, this is a genius among humans. The demon quickly realized. Although the demons were powerful, there were also powerful cultivators among humans. Once they appeared, they were all very, very powerful, enough to make the demons wary. Demon swallows the world. A roar came from the demon's mouth. His body was surrounded by a surge of dark demonic chi. This demonic chi rolled and quickly filled the surroundings. Not only did it cover Zichen, but it also covered Sophie and the others. If it was any other time, Sophie and the others would naturally retreat. This was because the demon swallows the world was extraordinary and could suppress spiritual thoughts. However, Zichen was right in front of them, so they were not afraid. The devil swallows the heavens, and the devil chi surged. The devil clan thought that humans could not see them, and their spiritual sense could not detect them. With a flash, they quietly appeared behind Zichen. On the other side, the demon who had just been pushed back stood up again and attacked Zichen. The two of them, one in front and one behind, were ready to pincer attack. One of them attacked forcefully, while the other sneakily attacked. Of course, the plan was good, but unfortunately, they met Zichen. Zichen did not even need to use his yin-yang eyes. His perfect spiritual thoughts had already detected the two demons. Then, Zichen clenched his fist and punched forward. Boom! The powerful force landed on the demon like a flood. The demon could not muster any strength, let alone counterattack. At this moment, even defense became difficult. The powerful force entered the demon's body, and his expression began to distort. The power in his body became extremely unstable, and finally, he exploded. A powerful wave of energy appeared and turned into a storm, sweeping in all directions. Zichen stood in the center of the storm, his clothes flapping. No matter how the storm raged, it could not affect him at all. The demonic chi that appeared in the surroundings was instantly blown away by the storm. The demon who was about to sneak attack was also blown away by the storm. After the storm disappeared, only one of the two demons was left. The demon's face was full of disbelief. He pointed at Zichen and said, You. All his emotions turned into the word you at this moment, but he could not say anything else. At this moment, Zichen glanced at him coldly, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Demons are just SOSO. The demon's mind shook again, as if he had been struck by lightning. Then, his face turned red. It was unknown whether he was angry or using some kind of secret technique. Originally, he was afraid of Zichen, but after Zichen's provocation, he went crazy. The power in his body had been mobilized to the limit, and he attacked Zichen with a shortkill attack. Facing this attack, Zichen was expressionless and punched again. It was still a punch from a perfected primal core expert, but it destroyed the demon's powerful attack. Then, the surging power landed on the demon's body. In the blink of an eye, the power reached a limit, and the demon's body exploded. One punch, and another punch. Just now, they had only heard the explosion, but they did not know how the demon died. Now that they saw Zichen blow the demon up with one punch, they were shocked. The surging power slowly dissipated, and Cripple sighed. As expected, even if it's just primal core, Zichen's combat power is extremely terrifying. That day, I suspected that you and the demon ape were still alive. Right, where's the demon ape? Zichen walked towards Cripple. The demon ape is outside. He hasn't come back. Sophie looked at Zichen and asked, then why did you come back this time? I came to find my friends. I was afraid they would be in danger, Zichen explained. Cripple laughed strangely. You're worried about your little lovers, aren't you? Zichen did not deny it. I wanted to drink with you, but now that the tavern is occupied, we can only defend this square. I don't know how long we can do that, Cripple said with a smile. I have wine here. Zichen's hand flashed, and several bottles of wine appeared. Cripple laughed. Okay, let's drink to our heart's content. After all, the demons won't appear today. Sophie gently said, drink less. It's bad for your body. Cripple said, it's fine. I'm happy that Zichen is here. Chapter 1002. There was wine, no food, but words. Zichen learned about the details of the law riot. It was Cripple who blocked the attack for Sophie. As for the old man, he died without a complete corpse under the power of law. Now, only the 5 of them were left in the starting ground. One had to know that there were more than 10 people who had come here. After learning that the others had all died in battle, Zichen sank into silence. When the mutation occurred, a loophole appeared in the law, and the demons took advantage of it to invade. They were the first batch of experts to arrive, but they were also the last batch. We also lost contact with the body cultivators and were unable to find reinforcements. We could only defend to the death. Looking at the 5 people who were unafraid of death, Zichen's face was full of bitterness. After drinking the wine in the pot in one gulp, Zichen asked, is there no other way? Cripple said, there is no other way except to die in battle. We can't enter the ancient road of trials again. Zichen opened another pot of wine. Cripple did not hesitate and said firmly, our duty is to guard this place and open a path for the trial takers. If we leave, this place will be completely overrun, and the trial takers who come in will only have one path, death. The major forces have already recalled their experts from the ancient road. Now, they are strictly restricting the Dan primes of their clans from entering the trials. There is no point in you staying here, Zichen persuaded. Sophie looked at Zichen and said, we also feel that the number of trial takers has decreased recently, but there are still trial takers, right? If we leave, it will be greatly unfair to them. Seeing the 5 people's determined expressions, Zichen knew that he could not persuade them to leave. He could only ask, how can I help you? Cripple smiled and said, you just have to help us kill the 2 demons who will come in tomorrow. Is there no way to solve this problem once and for all? Zichen asked again. Cripple smiled bitterly and said, more than half of the entire starting ground has been occupied by the demons. Now, they are the masters of this place. However, if you really want to think of a way, there is one, and that is to drive all the demons out of the starting ground. Perhaps the power of law here can repair the loophole on its own. Cripple continued, but that's just wishful thinking. There are too many demons outside. It's not realistic to think that we can drive them out with just the few of us. Zichen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He asked, what's wrong? Could it be that there are demons of the Earth origin stage outside? How is that possible? Cripple glanced at Zichen and said, although there are some loopholes in the rules here, they're still in effect. The demons who enter here are all limited to the early stage of the human origin realm. Zichen nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Leave it to me. You. Everyone looked at Zichen suspiciously. Suo Fei said, Zichen, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just that the demon tribe is too strong, and there are too many of them. No matter how strong you are still a Jindan essence expert. You will be exhausted to death. We are already like this. It doesn't matter if we die, but you still have a lot of room to grow. A confident smile appeared on Zichen's face as he said, if they can really exhaust me to death, I will have to admire them. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura appeared around Zichen's body. Human origin stage? How is that possible? Sensing Zichen's human origin stage aura, the 5 of them were shocked. However, this shock soon turned into ecstasy. Nothing is impossible. I just happened to come across a human origin fruit outside, so I broke through after refining it. Human origin fruit. The 5 of them exclaimed. They had only heard of the human origin fruit, but had never seen it. It was a miraculous fruit of heaven and earth. They all sighed at Zichen's luck. Cripple laughed and said, "You're already very strong. Now that you've broken through, killing those of the same level will be as easy as stepping on ants. We believe that you can help us reclaim this place." The others nodded. They were full of confidence in Zichen. Suo Fei reminded, "Zichen, you must remember to drive all the demons out. Don't let any demon chi come into contact with this place. Otherwise, we're worried that the rules won't be able to be fixed." "Don't worry." The next day, the 6 of them arrived at the edge of the plaza. Suo Fei pointed at the light shield in front of them and said, "This is where the demons invaded. Because of the rules, they can only break the light shield once a day. 2 demons can enter at a time." "Okay, I'll go out when they come in." Zichen nodded and waited for the demons to break the light shield. About an hour later, the light shield started to distort. The demons were attacking the light shield with great force, and the rules inside were also surging. "Be careful, they're coming in," Suo Fei reminded. About 15 minutes later, a strong force broke the light shield. It only left a small hole, and 3 rays of black light came out. 3 demons actually came in. Seeing the 3 rays of black light, a cry of surprise came from the side. It seemed that the demons had made some progress in breaking the light shield. The 3 rays of black light rushed out of the light shield. Before they could materialize, a strong gust of wind appeared. This gust of wind swept up the 3 rays of black light and rushed out of the light shield. In a flash, the 3 rays of black light and Zichen disappeared. Inside the light shield, Suo Fei and the others were nervous, hoping that Zichen would succeed. In the outside world, the black mass of demons was constantly attacking the light barrier. The long period of attack caused the power of law here to become extremely unstable. In addition to the large area of the light barrier shrinking, the number of powerhouses they sent in was also slowly increasing. Now, 3 were able to enter. It wouldn't be long before more powerhouses entered. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. Under this strong gust of wind, the demons beside the light shield were blown away. The 3 rays of black light appeared again, turning into 3 demonic figures. When the surrounding demons saw them, they were puzzled. One of them asked, "What's going on, Mosi? Didn't you guys go in?" The demon named Mosi was also puzzled. He looked around and saw many demons staring at the 3 of them. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know. We just went in and encountered a gust of wind. When we reappeared, we were already here. Damned cunning human." Seeing the self-repairing light barrier, all of the demons began to curse. "Don't worry, there's still tomorrow. As long as we know who you are tomorrow." The demon who spoke was halfway through his words when he suddenly stared ahead. The other demons turned around and saw a human standing in the sky. "Human, it's actually a human." The demons rubbed their eyes and exclaimed, "Human, how dare you come here? You're courting death. Die, human." The demons closed in on Zichen. Mosi said coldly, "Human, the gust of wind just now should be your doing." "Everything is your doing." Zichen sneered, "It seems that demons aren't stupid despite their big bodies. Human, how dare you come here? You're courting death." With that, Mosi attacked Zichen. He struck out with his palm. The pitch-black palm print surged with demonic energy, emitting a terrifying aura. However, it was obviously unrealistic to kill Zichen with such an attack. The demon had completely underestimated Zichen. The sneer on Zichen's face turned into a dense killing intent. A loud dragon roar resounded. Thousands of lightning bolts appeared. The dragon's soul spear flashed with an even stronger silver light and pierced towards the pitch-black palm. Phut! The attack formed by the pitch-black demonic energy was instantly shattered by the tip of the spear. At the same time, the tip of the spear pierced through the demon's palm. A surge of energy flowed through the palm and entered the demon's body. After the lightning-fast attack, Zichen withdrew his spear. The demon in front of him took 2 steps back. His blood-red eyes were wide open and his face was filled with shock. He pointed his finger at Zichen as if he wanted to say something. However, before he could say anything, his huge body immediately fell back and crashed onto the ground. Mosi is dead. Damn it, this human killed Mosi in one strike. The other devil race members came to their senses and looked at Zichen in shock. To be able to kill Mortis with a single strike, Zichen's strength was obviously terrifying. Kill this human. Everyone, attack. However, after the shock, the demons went berserk. Their eyes flashed with killing intent. The demonic energy around them began to surge. Then, they launched what they thought was their strongest attack at Zichen. Demon swallows the world. Demon swallows the world. Divine abilities like Demon swallows the world appeared continuously. Boundless pitch-black demonic energy pressed down on Zichen layer after layer. In the originally pitch-black world, there was no trace of light. In addition, there were many attacks that passed through the pitch-black demonic energy and attacked Zichen. Boom! When the attacks landed on Zichen, his body actually exploded. However, the demons didn't rejoice because there wasn't a trace of flesh and blood in the explosion. In other words, it wasn't a body of flesh and blood. Suddenly, one of the demons sensed a dangerous aura behind him. He instinctively turned around and saw the human from before. However, the human's eyes were glowing gold and silver. He held a power weapon in his hand, and there were 2 enormous skeletal wings on his back that surged with endless lightning. You. The demon spat out a single word. However, he couldn't say anything else after that. The long spear pierced through his body, and endless lightning surged. His body, which was originally as black as ink, suddenly had lightning surging on it. When the lightning spread to his entire body, his body instantly exploded. After this explosion, more and more explosions were heard. Some were caused by the explosion of the devil race's power, while others were caused by the explosion of the devil race's body. Zichen unfurled his lightning wings. His entire body was like a bolt of lightning that constantly flashed. However, every time the lightning flashed, it meant that a demon had died. At this moment, the surrounding demons gathered, intending to launch a powerful close-range attack. However, one of them collided with Zichen's fist and was instantly blasted away by the rebounding force. The other demons' expressions changed drastically. Retreat, retreat. A slightly panicked voice rang out. The demons felt that they had encountered trouble. The human in front of them was very fast and his attack power was incomparably strong. Once a demon faced him, only death would await them. Use your demonic skills to attack, shouted a demon. Then, they used their demonic skills. Unfortunately, their demonic skills weren't as miraculous as the demonic apes. Zichen relied on his lightning speed to completely dodge. Swoosh. Zichen flashed and appeared in front of another demon. This person was constantly giving orders. He should be the leader of the demons. Chapter 1003. The powerful Zichen brought a huge impact to the demons. As soon as the demons rushed over, their bodies exploded with a bang. Self-destruction. It was actually self-destruction. In the previous battles, when they fought against humans, the target of their self-destruction was usually the human. But today, they were also forced to self-destruct. The energy of the self-destruction directly turned into a storm. Before the demon's spiritual sense dissipated, it followed the control of the last spiritual sense and swept towards Zichen. Zichen, who was rushing forward, was just swept up by the energy storm. The other demons stepped forward and protected the demon leader as he retreated. The latter's face was clearly still filled with shock and worry as he stared straight ahead. This human was very powerful. They were not sure if the self-destruction of the demon core could kill him. The terrifying destructive energy suddenly began to distort. A ribbon of silver light separated this energy, and then Zichen strode out. Seeing Zichen walk out, all the demons' faces were filled with shock. In his hand, the silver spear was still powerful, and the aura surging from his body was just as terrifying. His eyes were as cold as lightning, and killing intent burst out. The destructive energy produced by the explosion of the demon core just now did not injure him. The only thing that proved that the demon core had exploded was that there were now some wrinkles and cracks on his originally neat and clean robes. How could this be? The self-destruction could not kill him. It did not even injure him. All the demons were deeply shocked by the scene in front of them. In their expressions, for the first time, there was a hint of retreat. Zichen rushed out, and his figure paused in the air for a short while, as if he was enjoying the shocked gazes of the demons. However, in the next moment, a look of horror appeared on the demon leader's face. A powerful aura surged around him, and he struck behind him. Pu. But before his strike landed, the silver spear pierced through his heart, piercing through his back and out his front. In front of him, the figure of Zichen holding the spear slowly dissipated. Leader. Feeling the vitality of their leader gradually fading away, the demons who had just been a little timid and wanted to retreat went crazy again at this moment. Almost without any warning, the bodies of the demons beside him exploded, and they exploded their own devil cores. The last strand of spiritual thought controlled the energy of the self-explosion, which completely engulfed Zichen. This time, the destructive energy was even more terrifying. Moreover, it overlapped and its power increased by more than 10 times. This time, it's time to die. The demons all scattered. Their crimson eyes looked forward, their hearts filled with anticipation. They had never seen such a powerful and difficult human being to kill. The light that resembled a waterfall reappeared. The group of devils had the urge to curse in their hearts. The spear light slashed apart the destructive energy, and Zichen walked out. This time, his figure seemed to be staggering. The devils relaxed slightly, thinking that the other party was injured. However, when they saw that the person who rushed out only had his clothes even more tattered, and there wasn't even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, they went completely berserk, completely shocked, completely furious, and completely wanted to curse. Aren't humans supposed to have poor physiques? Why is this guy's physique even stronger than ours? Several devil cores exploded, but he wasn't injured at all. Is he a human or a devil? This question was obviously very easy to answer. If the other party was a devil, he probably wouldn't be killing a devil. On Zichen's back, the thunder wings began to vibrate. His body began to flash like lightning. However, if one looked closely, one could see that although Zichen's attacks were still sharp, he was much more careful than before. Devils were more decisive than humans. Although Zichen wasn't afraid of several people exploding at the same time, he was still somewhat embarrassed. Moreover, if he was slightly careless, he might be injured, so it was better to be careful. Of course, Zichen's so-called careful was to kill the enemy quickly, not giving the devils any time to breathe. After killing one person, the devils were not afraid. Instead, they were furious and felt that they had been greatly humiliated. After killing 5 people, the devils were indifferent. After killing 10 people, they were burning with anger. By the time they had killed 20 people, their expressions had changed. Among their angry expressions, there was shock and horror. When this number continued to increase, the devils' expressions became flustered. They had never known what fear was, but fear rose from the bottom of their hearts. They were not afraid of death. Every one of them had the idea of dragging the humans down with them. However, at this moment, the reality was that even if they died, they couldn't injure the other party. From the beginning of the battle, it was a massacre. Go! The devils were finally scared out of their wits. Someone shouted, and the group of devils began to retreat, preparing to leave the starting ground. Want to leave? Not so easy. Hearing the cold voice of the human, the devils' hearts trembled again. He didn't want to let them go. It was clear that this human had the idea of slaughtering them all. 2 rays of light shot out from Zichen's body and turned into doppelgangers. They were the yin and yang doppelgangers. As the two doppelgangers appeared, their hands began to form seals. As the seals fell, two large seals emitting a terrifying aura appeared. This was the innate technique Heavenly Thunder Seal. At this moment, it was displayed with the yin and yang energy. The large seals appeared at the same time and pressed down on the devils below. As the large seals fell, the yin and yang collided and exploded with a boom. This boom completely covered the sound of the devil cause explosion. It formed a destructive storm that swept over more than 10 devils. Mournful screams rang out from the storm. When the other devils heard it, their hearts trembled and they fled even faster. When the destructive energy dissipated, none of the devils who were swept away escaped. They were all dead. And there were no more devils around Zichen. The entire starting ground was completely reclaimed by Zichen in less than a quarter of an hour. Inside the light shield, although Sophie and the others were full of confidence in Zichen, their faces were still full of worry. They looked up and saw that the light shield was constantly twisting and trembling. Moreover, the already dense devil chi seemed to have become denser. Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared above the light shield, dispelling a large amount of devil chi. Zichen's figure flashed and disappeared, but soon, more devil chi filled the shield again. There are too many devils. Will Zichen be okay? A human origin realm cultivator murmured. Don't worry. Zichen is already in the human origin realm. In the starting ground, he can be considered invincible. It will be difficult for these devils to kill him. Cripple pretended to be relaxed, but the bite marks on his lips showed that he was not calm at the moment. Above the light shield, white light flashed from time to time, like brilliant fireworks in the dark night. Anyway, like fireworks, it disappeared after the brilliance. The pitch-black demonic chi was like a curtain of night that enveloped the light barrier of rules. The pressure made their hearts feel heavy. The devil chi seems to be a little less. Under the dispelling of the brilliant light, everyone found that there seemed to be a little more white light in the dark devil chi above their heads. One had to know that ever since the devils invaded the starting ground, they hadn't seen white light from the outside world. It's less, it's less. Beside them, an excited voice sounded. Boom. With a final boom, the starting ground shook as if the night was torn apart by white light. The night disappeared and the sky was bright. Through the light shield, they saw a figure holding a spear. At this moment, this figure was tall and imposing. It's Zichen. He did it. Zichen did it. He drove all the devils out. The human origin realm cultivators were shouting excitedly like children. All the devils had left the starting ground. The light shield that had been compressed for a long time suddenly began to tremble, emitting rays of light and expanding. Within the light shield, the power of laws reappeared until it completely expanded, covering the starting ground once again. Zichen's token began to glow again. The power of laws didn't expel Zichen, but instead protected him in the middle. Zichen. Zichen. Cripple and the others raised their heads and shouted. At this moment, the starting ground was completely recovered. They were very happy. Zichen descended from the sky and put away the spear in his hand. Amazing, truly amazing. Reclaiming the starting ground is a huge contribution to humanity, Cripple and the others exclaimed in admiration. Zichen didn't have much expression on his face. Instead, he asked indifferently, "How is it? Has the power of laws been restored?" Cripple sensed and said, "Although it hasn't been restored, it's almost done. There are no more devils here. If they want to come back, they will have to spend a lot of effort. Moreover, after the power of laws is restored, we can still use it. If the devils come back, they will definitely die." Zichen nodded and was completely relieved. "Can you contact the body cultivator lineage?" Zichen asked. Cripple shook his head and said, "Currently, we can't contact them. I'm afraid we will have to wait for a while." During this time, Zichen took out the token and tried to sense it. However, he still couldn't teleport. If you are really in a hurry, you can first step on the ancient road of trials. Maybe you can use the token to teleport there, Cripple said. Then that's the only way. Zichen looked at everyone and said, "Since that's the case, I will leave." Go now." Everyone was astonished. Zichen nodded. He had already made up his mind. Since it was useless to dissuade him, they let Zichen leave. Zichen stepped on the ancient road again. However, this time, he didn't step on the ancient road as a trial taker. Instead, he stepped on the ancient road as a guardian. He had the token in his hand, so he didn't need to suppress his cultivation at all. He could go through the ancient road again. However, the only regret was that the power of laws on the ancient road was incomplete. Zichen couldn't use it. Along the way, Zichen saw the changes on the ancient road. Spatial cracks would appear from time to time. To trial takers, these cracks were indeed fatal. In addition, there were many devils invading the ancient road, which increased the difficulty of the ancient road. When Zichen reached the fifth ancient road, he finally sensed that the token could be used. Following a flash of light, Zichen arrived at another ancient road. Following his senses, Zichen found that he had actually arrived at the fifth ancient road. However, this ancient road was different from the one he had arrived at before. However, the fifth ancient road was the first human gathering place. This would never change. Zichen crossed the fifth ancient road. During this time, he released the aura of the human origin realm. Neither the strange beasts nor the devils on the ancient road dared to provoke Zichen. They let Zichen go. Zichen smoothly crossed the fifth ancient road and arrived at the fifth ancient road, the first human gathering place. Chapter 1004. Human, the human has appeared again. Kill. As soon as Zichen appeared, he was discovered by the demons. They surrounded the teleportation portal and shouted. The teleportation portal was protected by the light of the rules. They couldn't enter, but there was a time limit. Once the time was up, Zichen would be teleported out. The demons shouted and threatened him. On the teleportation platform, Zichen looked around coldly. They seemed to have understood the rules of the ancient road. The demons guarding the teleportation portal were all original core demons. There wasn't even a human origin realm demon. From the demons shouting, Zichen heard that the humans who had arrived here had been killed mercilessly. Some were even dismembered. They also knew that the teleportation platform had a time limit. I'll let you live a little longer. Human, enjoy the time you have left. But I don't think you'll be happy. You'll spend it in fear. Just as they were laughing, the demons realized that the human on the teleportation platform had suddenly disappeared. He's gone. Why is he gone? All of the devilish beings were perplexed, and they began to look around. Behind them, they saw the human from before. It was a very strange human. After coming out silently, he did not run away immediately. Instead, he stood there quietly. Other than that, they could not sense the power of the other party. He was just like an ordinary person. How can this be? Human, you didn't run, a demon said coldly. At the same time, the other demons spread out to surround Zichen and attack him from all sides. If you don't die, how can I run? Zichen said coldly. His body flashed. Bang, bang, bang. There were 15 demons outside the teleportation platform, but under Zichen's attack, they didn't even last 15 breaths before they were all killed. After slaughtering the demons, Zichen went to Heaven's Pride City. That was the humans' base. But before he reached Heaven's Pride City, Zichen saw a magnificent city in the distance. A city. Zichen's expression changed immediately. He stared ahead, confused. The first human settlement was very large, but there was only one real city, and that was Heaven's Pride City. But now, it was obviously not the Heaven's Pride City in Zichen's memory. Could it be that the humans built a big city to fight against the demons? The city in front of him covered thousands of miles. The city gate was tall and majestic. From afar, it looked like a giant black beast. Zichen had never seen this city before. It must have been newly built. But the aura of the city was very ancient, as if it had existed for thousands of years. As Zichen got closer to the city, he saw flashes of light. Each of the flashes of light was a human figure. After seeing these figures clearly, Zichen's pupils shrank again. He exclaimed, "Demon Clan, it's actually the Demon Clan." At this moment, Many of the figures outside the city were actually demons. They came and went freely at the city gate, entering and exiting at will. Seeing this scene, Zichen immediately had a bad feeling. He couldn't help but guess that this city couldn't have been built by the demons, right? Above the city gate, there were 3 ancient words that confirmed Zichen's guess. Heaven's Devil City. Only cities built by the demons would have the word devil. Zichen saw dozens of demons entering one after another, but he didn't see a single human. How long has it been since the demons invaded? They've already built a city here. The generosity of the demons shocked Zichen. To be able to build a city on the same level as Heaven's Pride City, Heaven's Devil City, was naturally extraordinary. Although Zichen was known to be invincible in the mortal origin stage, he didn't dare to provoke them. Moreover, when he passed by Heaven's Devil City, he was more careful. Human. Zichen, who was moving forward carefully, was still discovered by the demons. Human, how dare you come to the territory of the demons? You're courting death. You're just a mid-stage primal core cultivator. How dare you appear here? Go to hell. More and more demons discovered Zichen. They originally wanted to enter the city, but they suddenly turned around and attacked Zichen. 7 or 8 demons chased after Zichen. The leader was a great circle primal core cultivator. Zichen panicked. He turned into a ray of light and started to escape. However, he was only a mid-stage primal core cultivator. His speed wasn't fast. The distance between him and the demons was closing. A mere human primal core cultivator. Seeing this, a primal core cultivator sneered disdainfully. He turned around and walked toward the city. When the other demons saw that the 7 or 8 demons had already chased after him, they all lost interest and turned back to Heaven's Devil City. Human, if you stop obediently now, I can still leave your corpse intact, a demon shouted from behind. Zichen didn't say anything. He continued to escape. During the chase, he had already traveled tens of thousands of miles. The demons behind him laughed mockingly, shouted loudly, and threatened. It wasn't that they couldn't catch up to the humans. They were just playing with them. Like a cat playing with a mouse, they only started to eat when they were tired. If we continue forward, we'll reach the human city, a demon said. What are you afraid of? The humans are all hiding. Even if we kill people in Heaven's Pride City, they'll just watch and not do anything. When the other demons heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. Yes, we'll kill the humans in Heaven's Pride City. The demons slowed down again, but they suddenly realized that the humans in front of them were also slowing down. They actually stopped. Run. Human, you can continue to run. The demons stepped forward and shouted when they were still a distance away. Zichen looked at them coldly and didn't say anything. Human, we can give you a chance to live. You can run to Heaven's Pride City. As long as you can enter the city, we'll let you live, a demon said. Zichen shook his head. What, you're not willing? The demon's eyes turned cold. Zichen finally spoke. His voice was very cold. I'm indeed going to Heaven's Pride City, but not with you flies. What? The demons' faces were filled with killing intent. One of them said, we wanted to let you live just now. Since you don't know what's good for you, we can only kill you on the spot. Go, kill him together, a demon shouted. No, I'll kill him. A late-stage primordial core demon walked out. He walked toward Zichen, murderous intent surging around him. I'll torture him to death. The demon began to walk forward. Step by step, the murderous intent on his body grew stronger. But when he was 10 steps away from Zichen, his expression changed and he slowed down. Behind him, the mocking demon's expression froze in the next moment. Then, a trace of shock appeared on his face. 10 steps away from Zichen, the demon stopped. His entire face was filled with shock. Then, he retreated step by step, careful and cautious. Didn't you want to kill me? Come on. Zichen, who was releasing the aura of the mortal origin realm, sneered at the demon. Let's go. After taking a few steps back, the demons immediately turned around and were about to escape. Boom. The sky suddenly trembled. Everyone subconsciously looked up. When they saw the huge thunder seal in the sky, their faces were immediately filled with fear. They were scared out of their wits. After using the thunder seal, Zichen left without looking back. After flying for about 1,000 meters, the sound of the thunder seal exploding came from behind. At the same time, there was a shrill scream in the sky. When the devil race invaded, the great formation above Tianjiao City had already been activated. A bright and resplendent light barrier surrounded the entire Tianjiao City. During this period, the devil race attacked several times without success. Only then did they settle for the next best thing and build Heavenly Devil City. However, the demons did not give up. Every day, they would come outside the city to make a ruckus. Their words were naturally harsh and vicious. In the city, all the humans felt humiliated. But they did not dare to casually go out of the city to fight. Because the city gate was tightly shut, the only way to leave the city was to jump off the tall tower. Jumping off was easy, but to successfully enter again was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. 10 days ago, the demons provoked again. Their words were extremely disrespectful. This was a very common thing. The cultivators in the city had long been used to it. They stood on the city wall and cursed, venting their dissatisfaction. But who knew that from afar, a figure would shoot out and kill the demons? Who knew that this killing would take 10 days? In 10 days, this person killed more than 100 demons in the Dan realm and more than 10 in the human realm. This was an extremely glorious record. Because the person who fought was only a Dan realm cultivator. To be able to kill a human realm cultivator in the Dan realm meant that the other party's combat power was extraordinary. Naturally, his talent was very high. Such a person should be cultivated by the human forces. But the fact was, the city gate was closed for 10 days and did not open for this person. During this period of time, Dan Yuan had also encountered danger several times. Some hot-blooded warriors could not bear to watch any longer and went down to support him. However, in the span of 10 days, many experts from the demon clan came and set up a formation outside the city, trapping the group of people inside. But what was extremely funny was that this formation had a very obvious gap and loophole. It was facing the city gate of Tianjiao City. As long as the city gate was opened, these people could come back. But the city gate was still closed. Master, 10 days, 10 days. On the city tower, a middle-aged man looked down at the dark formation. His eyes flashed with regret. 10 days, so what? In front of the middle-aged man stood a young man. The young man was only a Dan realm cultivator, but all the cultivators in Tianjiao City were under his command at this moment. Because he was the only spiritual body in the 5 elements force that did not withdraw, the spiritual body of the Jin clan. Master, they are all talents, especially the young man in black and the woman who seems to be from the ancient clan. These people should be cultivated vigorously. In the future, they will be the main force against the demons, the middle-aged man said. The young man smiled disdainfully and said, I admit that they have some talent, but that doesn't mean anything. Once we open the city gate, the demons will take advantage of the situation and enter. At that time, whether or not Tianjiao City can be saved is still uncertain. You should know that there are many talents in Tianjiao City who are not weaker than them. The middle-aged man was silent and did not speak, but he sneered in his heart, is there such a talent in the city? Even if there is, they lack courage. The young man looked at the figure that flashed in the square formation below, and a cold smile flashed across the corner of his mouth. Zichen's vision had already reflected the shadow of Tianjiao City. He saw the activated Great City Barrier Array, and also saw the devil race battle in the open space outside the city, as well as the many devils outside the array. Chapter 1005. Inside the demonic matrix, demonic chi was surging, and a terrifying killing intent was surging. After 10 days of killing, there were no more demons left in the matrix. They were either killed or sent to the outside world. At this moment, there were only humans left in the matrix. This demonic matrix was very powerful. The demonic blades that flashed from time to time contained super strong single-target attacks. However, they were not concentrated, and the humans could dodge them. It was as if the demons had deliberately left a loophole. They wanted to slowly torture these humans and play them to death. Swish. 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 Another wave of demonic blades flashed, tearing the space apart. The few humans started another round of dodging. After all the demonic blades disappeared, another human expert fell down. The others gathered, and there were only 5 left. The leader was a man in black. His expression was cold, and his body was covered in dried blood. His cold gaze fell on the other 4, and there was a touch of guilt in his eyes. "It's my fault. Brother, what are you talking about? We were provoked by your hot blood and took the initiative to come down and kill the enemy. Even if we die, we won't blame you," a man said. "That's right. If you really want to blame someone, it's that damned spirit body of the Jinn family. It's fine if we die, but brother, you're so powerful. In the future, you'll be a great threat to the demons." That damned spirit body of the Jinn family actually did nothing. The third man said, and his voice was cold. "This is a common trick used by the 5 major powers, eliminating dissidents. In front of a great enemy, they are still selfish. It's really disappointing. It's a joke to expect such a family to lead us to kill the demons." The man in black said, "He must have killed me on the spot. Jinn family spirit body, don't worry about him. If we die today, someone will avenge us in the future. Since you all say you're brothers, then let's be brothers. I don't have many brothers, but you 3 are definitely one of the few. My name is Zhong Haotian." The other 3 were obviously stunned, and then they smiled bitterly. After fighting for so long, they rarely talked like this. Usually, they would just give orders to surround and kill. Therefore, after fighting for so many days, they didn't know each other's names. A slightly taller man said, "Haha, my name is Zhong Ming. I'm from the same family as brother Zhong Haotian. Although I'm a Xiantian realm martial artist, I was lucky enough to obtain a Xiantian realm technique. My name is Yuan Mingjue. Although I am a pre-celestial martial artist, my strength is not as good as brother Zhong Ming. My name is Gepu. I'm an innate ranker, and my battle strength is only average. My name is Shangguan Yu. To be able to hold on for so long, none of them were ordinary people. At the very least, they were Xiantian lords with extraordinary battle prowess. Zhong Ming laughed heartily and said jokingly, "Shangguan Yu, a good name indeed. Let's call you Yu. Yu, we came down because of brother Haotian's decisiveness in killing. What about you? Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to brother Haotian." Shangguan Yu smiled and said, "We know each other, and came to the ancient road to train together." The other 3 nodded and smiled. Their smiles were somewhat inexplicable. Zhong Haotian explained, "Yu is the wife of one of my brothers. I just said that if we die in battle, someone will definitely avenge us. I was talking about her husband." Gepu said, "If we really die, it's not the devil race's fault. The main culprit is the Jinn family's spiritual body." Shangguan Yu said coldly, "Don't worry, if he knows, he will definitely avenge us." The 3's faces changed, and Yuan Mingjue said, "Don't tell me he can kill the invincible spiritual body." Zhong Haotian said, "He has already killed more than one spiritual body." More than one spiritual body, could it be? The 3 looked at each other, and then their faces changed again as they exclaimed, "Zi Chen, could it be Zi Chen? Humans, have you rested enough? If you have, let's continue." The devil race's voice sounded from outside the array, and another wave of devil blades appeared, attacking the 5 humans. On the city gate tower, seeing the new wave of attacks from the devil race's array, many human cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Among them, there were some hot-blooded warriors who wanted to go down and destroy the enemy, but the people below were examples. Once they went down, they would never have the chance to return, and they would die in battle. This kind of death was not worth it, so no one went down. The Jinn family's spiritual body had an indifferent expression as he silently looked down. The devil race's actions were humiliating the humans, but he didn't know that the various great powers had already reached the point where they wouldn't be shocked by honor or disgrace. Our devil race's memory of humans is from tens of thousands of years ago, but after tens of thousands of years, the way humans do things still hasn't changed. No matter how urgent the situation is, there is still infighting. Humans are cunning and suspicious, and their temperament is like this. We have been accumulating our strength for so many years, but they are still fighting amongst themselves. This time, many humans have retreated from here, and I'm afraid that this is also one of the reasons. Outside the array, the devil race leader coldly snorted. Humph, let's torture them first, then kill them when we're tired of playing with them. The devil race leader beside him nodded. At this moment, all the devil race members were paying attention to the devil array, or looking at the ugly faces of the humans above the city tower, so they didn't notice that a human was approaching from behind. Zichen walked towards the devil race. Usually, as long as he didn't release his power, his aura would be completely restrained, and very few people could detect it. He walked step by step, as if he was taking a stroll, but the devil race members didn't notice. The first to detect it was the humans. In the sky above the city tower, someone saw the human coming from behind the devil race. His expression changed, and he immediately exclaimed, "Human, there is a human outside. Now that the devil race has almost sealed off this place, I didn't expect a human to be able to come here." Exclamations continued to sound, and some humans pointed at Zichen, which naturally attracted the devil race's attention. After they turned their heads, they found that a human was less than 100 meters away from them. Silently, he was less than 100 meters away from them, which made the devil race members frown. Their eyes and spiritual senses all swept over Zichen. "What are you doing?" Zichen didn't stop. "Human, you are a human." The devil race member didn't answer, but asked instead. Zichen also asked, "Why, do I look like a devil race member?" "Human, you really are a human." The devil race member's voice turned cold, and then the surrounding devil race members quickly surrounded Zichen. These were all Origin Realm devils, and 8 of them came down at once. Obviously, they didn't underestimate Zichen. Zichen didn't pay attention to the devil race members around him, but looked at the devil array in front of him. Although his knowledge of formations wasn't as good as LV Peng's, he definitely knew a thing or two about formations. He saw the loophole in the formation at a glance, and his gaze followed the loophole to Tianjiao City. He saw the tightly shut city gate, the Great Barrier Formation, and the human figure in the town before. He understood what was going on. He couldn't help but shake his head. Obviously, this was another internal conflict. He felt that it wasn't worth it for the humans in town, but since he'd run into them, he had to take care of them no matter what. As he scanned the area with his spiritual sense, he didn't find any Earth Origin Realm devils nearby. Of course, even if there were, Zichen's spiritual sense wouldn't be able to detect them. Kill. Zichen's disregard infuriated the devil race, and they gave the order to attack. 8 mortal Origin Realm devils charged at Zichen. Cries of alarm rang out from the city tower once more. 8 explosions rang out from outside the tower, one after the other. 8 waves of destructive energy surged outside the formation, transforming into 8 storms. Everyone was surprised that such terrifying fluctuations had appeared as soon as the battle began. But when the 8 waves of energy dissipated and they saw that there was only one spear-wielding human left, their surprise turned into shock. Less than 3 breaths of time had passed since the explosions had begun, but the human had killed 8 Origin Realm devils in that time. Kill. Kill this human. However, Zichen's display of strength only shocked the devil race, not to the point of fear. They naturally couldn't compare to the humans in terms of resources, but they had far more experts than the humans. Even more Origin Realm devils charged at Zichen, but Zichen didn't linger in battle this time. He used his innate skill, 9 flashes of lightning, and transformed into a bolt of lightning, dodging several attacks and arriving outside the demonic formation. The long spear in his hand suddenly swept out, and a spear light struck a large black stone. This was the base of the array formation, and there were many lines carved on the black stone. Zichen's spear fell, and the black stone exploded with a loud bang. With one of the bases broken, the formation's power immediately decreased, and Zhong Haotian and the others felt the pressure on them lessen. "What's going on? The formation's power has weakened," Zhong Ming exclaimed. "Damn it, it must be the devil race's doing. They want to play with us," Gepu said angrily. Zhong Haotian frowned. "No, there's a battle outside." "Battle? How is that possible?" Did the Jin clan's spirit body discover its conscience and send people to save us? Zhong Ming sneered. Zhong Haotian said, I'm afraid it's impossible, but maybe it's an outsider. Zhong Haotian had been an outsider back then, and he'd attacked the devil race directly. Just as they were conversing, the demonic blades in the formation became weaker and fewer in number. In the end, they actually disappeared. The base of the formation was broken one by one, and many holes appeared in it. They finally heard the furious roars of the devil race and the sound of energy explosions outside. It seems to be chaos outside. I wonder how many humans came this time. Damn it, I don't believe that the Jin clan's spirit body won't open the gates this time. Amidst the cursing, the demonic formation exploded with a boom, and 5 figures appeared. Apart from that, there were nearly 10 human corpses and many devil race corpses in the formation. They only saw the panicked devil race after the formation was broken, but they didn't see any humans. They were immediately dumbfounded. Zhong Ming said, Where are they? Yuan Mingjue said, Yeah, where are they? Why do we only see the panicked devil race, but no humans? Right at that moment, an explosion came from the side. Everyone turned their heads and saw a destructive energy storm. The energy storm formed, and many devil race corpses dodged it. In the next moment, a ray of light cut through the energy storm, and a human figure walked out from it. Chapter 1006. While Zhong Haotian and Shangguan Yue were in disbelief, the other 3 were also dumbfounded when they saw Zi Chen walking out. It wasn't that they recognized Zi Chen at a glance, but that they were dumbfounded by the sheer number of people. Originally, they thought that a group of powerhouses would cause chaos in the devil race, but they didn't expect that there would only be one person. Yet, it was this one person who caused chaos in the devil race. Zi Chen. Shangguan Yue stared blankly at the spear-wielding figure in front of her, her eyes filled with disbelief. Zi Chen, who walked out with his spear, naturally saw Shangguan Yue and Zhong Haotian. His expression changed instantly, disbelief filling his face. Yue, Zhong Haotian. Zi Chen's voice rang out. Zi Chen. Shangguan Yue shouted and flew towards Zi Chen. Zi Chen stretched out his arms, and the 2 embraced in the air. The 2 of them spun in the air. Shangguan Yue hugged Zi Chen tightly, and the spear in Zi Chen's hand shot out spear lights. As Zi Chen turned around, the spear lights shot out in all directions. The attacks of the devil race immediately dissipated when they came into contact with the spear lights. Such a scene caused everyone in the field, including the devil race, to fall into a daze for a moment. Zhong Ming and the others had already introduced themselves before, so they already knew who Shangguan Yue's husband was. He was the famous Zi Chen. Although they hadn't seen him before, Zi Chen's name resounded like thunder in their ears. He was the first person in history to be banished from the ancient road, and also the first person in recent years to kill an invincible spirit body. Zi Chen? How is this possible? Wasn't he banished? The 3 of them were shocked. The first round of attacks was broken, but the demons did not launch a second round of attacks. They all retreated and looked at the 2 people hugging each other in the air from afar. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Obviously, the 2 of them knew each other and had an extraordinary relationship. The cultivators of Heaven's Pride City were also shocked. They saw the powerful Zi Chen slaughter a group of devils by himself. He even broke the grand formation and saved the people inside. In that instant, they felt their blood boil. They had an impulse to follow this person and kill the devils. But reality mercilessly extinguished that impulse. At this moment, seeing Zi Chen hugging the beautiful woman below, their expressions were somewhat dazed. Most of the cultivators felt a sense of familiarity when they saw Zi Chen. Zi Chen, his Zi Chen. Suddenly, a cry of alarm sounded from the top of the city gate tower. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Zi Chen's name was extremely resounding on the ancient road, and it was even more resounding than the spirit bodies. More cries of surprise rang out, and it was clear that more people had recognized Zi Chen. Zi Chen. The Jin clan's spirit body's expression changed. His eyes were full of shock. Isn't he dead? Why is he here? Open the city gate and let Zi Chen in. Yeah, Zi Chen is an existence that can kill spirit bodies. He will definitely be the main force to kill the devils in the future. Hurry up and let him in. After the exclamations, voices rang out one after another. Everyone's eyes were focused on the Jin clan's spirit body. Seeing the Jin clan's spirit body's constantly changing expression, these cultivators only remembered that Zi Chen had a grudge with the Jin clan. In this situation, as long as the Jin clan did not add insult to injury, it was obviously impossible for them to open the city gate. The Jin clan's spirit body did not intend to open the gate at all, even though he knew that Zi Chen had the heavenly book. This did not mean that he did not covet the heavenly book. On the contrary, he wanted the heavenly book, but what he wanted more was his life. He was only in the core realm, and Zi Chen was obviously in the mortal realm. Under such circumstances, once the city gate was opened, the first person Zi Chen would kill would be him. Moreover, he did not think that he could survive from Zi Chen's hands. The spirit body was indeed called invincible, but it also depended on who he was facing. At least in front of Zi Chen, this title was useless. Below Heaven's Pride City, Zi Chen had already learned of everything. His face turned ashen. He raised his head and glanced at the Jin clan's spirit body, his eyes surging with murderous intent. Such a gaze made the Jin clan's spirit body even more determined not to open the city gate. Zi Chen's previous display of strength had shocked the devils. They knew that an extraordinary existence had come among the humans. Therefore, they decisively sent out a signal for help. It would not be long before the devil experts arrived. Kill. In such a situation, the only way to break out of it was to kill all the devils. Therefore, after a loud shout, Zi Chen rushed forward with his long spear. In the process, Zi Chen said, "Hold on." There were many devils in the mortal realm, and they were all in the core realm. Even if they were Xiantian realm warriors, they could not fight against so many devils. They could only survive if they held on. Yuan Mingjue and the other two nodded and formed a defensive formation, ready to protect Shangguan Yu'er. However, who knew that the latter would shout softly and rush out after Zi Chen. Her body flashed with an illusory light, like moonlight. At this moment, under the backdrop of the demon qi, she was like a real Yu Xianzi. Zhong Haotian's figure also disappeared at the first moment. Zi Chen's figure had already rushed forward and clashed with several devil clan members. The dragon soul spear in his hand transformed into a dragon's shadow. The loud and clear dragon's roar reverberated between heaven and earth. The dragon's shadow seemed to have materialized. Wherever it passed, several devil clan members' bodies were split apart. Then, a powerful force penetrated their bodies and caused them to explode. During this time, several devil skills fell on Zi Chen, but they could not break through his defense. In the blink of an eye, 6 devils had already been killed. Zi Chen's strength shocked everyone present, both humans and devils. During this time, Shangguan Yu'er also faced a devil. She raised her hand and sent out a ray of moonlight energy. This energy was gentle, but it contained unimaginable power. When a devil came into contact with the moonlight energy, the black light around him dissipated. At the same time, a huge force blasted the devil away. The demon flew backward. Suddenly, a sharp blade appeared in the air. It was a stone sword. In an instant, it pierced into the demon's back. In the next moment, an inexplicable force gushed out from the stone sword. The demon's vitality was destroyed, and his body fell to the ground. Zi Chen, Zhong Haotian, and Shangguan Yu'er, all 3 of their attacks were extremely powerful, giving everyone a huge shock. Among them, Zi Chen's attacks were the strongest, because as long as any of the demon race experts were targeted by him, they would be slaughtered in less than a breath's time. There were a lot of demons, but they couldn't withstand Zi Chen's one hit, one kill, and even one-hit killing style. Boom. Boom. During this time, the crazy devils naturally chose to self-detonate, but when they found that the energy of self-detonation was ineffective against Zi Chen, they finally panicked. Let's go. Under this crazy slaughter, the devils were finally frightened and began to retreat. When the devils retreated, the 3 chased them for a few miles. On the Heaven's Pride City, all the cultivators were dumbfounded. The shock and horror on their faces did not fade for a long time. Jin Clan's spiritual body was the same. Although he could also kill devils at the human origin stage, It was definitely not as easy as Zichen. Zhong Ming and the other two became extremely excited. They originally thought that they were going to die here, but they didn't expect that Zichen would appear out of nowhere. Moreover, Zichen had single-handedly defeated a group of demons. This kind of inhuman battle prowess was simply unimaginable. The three of them turned into 3 rays of light and went to greet Zichen and the other two. Zhong Haotian introduced them to Zichen. These 3 are my brothers, Zhong Ming, Yuan Mingjue, and Gepu. The 3 of them looked at Zichen excitedly, with a hint of fanaticism and nervousness on their faces. Zichen looked at the 3 and smiled. Since you are Zhong Haotian's brothers, then you are Zichen's brothers. I, Zichen, don't have many brothers, but every one of them is for life. The 3 of them were even more excited when they heard this. To be able to become brothers with Zichen was something they did not expect. Good, brothers of life and death, for life. Zhong Ming and the others laughed heartily. After killing the devils, the 6 of them began to return. Zhong Ming sneered, "The devils have retreated. I don't think the Jin clan will say anything." That's right. In front of so many cultivators, they have no reason to not open the gate. Gepu also sneered. They're back, they're back. Heavens, the 6 of them killed a group of devils. On the city wall of Heaven's Pride City, the cultivators cheered when they saw Zichen and the others return. Their faces were filled with fanaticism and worship. What Zichen had done today made them feel extremely proud. It was as if they had participated in it. Open the gate and welcome Zichen back. That's right, Zichen is a hero. Let us welcome the hero back. Many cultivators on the city tower shouted, and their morale was high. Sir. Next to the Jin clan's spiritual body, the middle-aged man glanced at him carefully. The Jin clan's spiritual body was still shocked. Zichen's massacre just now had shocked him greatly. He was even more certain that he was not a match for Zichen. However, it seemed that he was the one who had the upper hand now. Hearing the excited voices of the crowd, the Jin clan's spiritual body's face darkened, and he said coldly, "What are you shouting for?" "Sir, the devils have been killed." "Quickly let Hero Zichen in," a cultivator said. "Yes, sir. Quickly let Zichen in, or the devils will be here soon." Others said. "Temph, what do you mean by killing the devils?" "Zichen is colluding with the devils." The Jin clan's spiritual body snorted and said, "Everyone knows that there is a devil with Zichen. He has long been in cahoots with the devils. What you saw just now was just an act. They are waiting for us to open the gate and then bring the devils in." Around them, there were many thick-skinned cultivators. But, they all believed that compared to the Jin family spirit body, they were far too weak. In this sort of situation, if they could still come up with such a lousy excuse, they could only be considered a fucking genius. "We saw Zichen kill so many devils with our own eyes. Could it be that it was an act to kill so many devils?" A cultivator asked. "Idiot, that was an illusion array, do you understand? Those are all fake." Before the Jin clan's spiritual body could speak, a cultivator said. Chapter 1007. The one who spoke was an unfamiliar middle-aged man. No one had ever seen him before. His voice was sonorous and powerful, like thunder ringing in everyone's ears. All around, everyone's expression changed. They didn't believe that Zichen was really a traitor, but they were shocked by this person's method of distorting right and wrong. With just one sentence, he turned Zichen, a hero, into a traitor who colluded with the demon race. "That's right, I've also studied formations. Everything just now was most likely an illusion formation. What we saw was an illusion. The real demon race is still hiding in the formation," another person said. His voice was sonorous and powerful. F*ck your mother's fart. You know formations, but we don't. Illusion formation, F*ck your mother's formation. Under such circumstances, you still want to distort right and wrong. What's the point? A cultivator was so angry that he immediately cursed. "Friend, watch your words. Zichen is a traitor who colluded with the demon race. You're now speaking for a traitor." Another person stood out and stared at the cultivator with an unfriendly expression. "Traitor? Who here dares to say that Zi Chen is a traitor? The cultivator was enraged. He looked around, only to find that the cultivators who had been with him a moment ago were all gone. The cultivator's heart thumped. He had a bad feeling. He looked at the spiritual body of the Jin family and saw the killing intent in his eyes. HMPH, I'm Anwen. With my understanding of formations, I naturally dare to say that Zi Chen is a traitor who colluded with the demon race. I'm very sure. The cultivator named Anwen stood out. And me, Lu Jie. I'm sure that the demon race is hiding in the dark. The second person stood out. I, Liu Xiongyu, can also prove that Zi Chen is a traitor. 3 people had already stood out and stared at the cultivator in front of them with an unfriendly expression. The cultivator turned his head and looked around. Most of the cultivators were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, there were some who had a mocking expression. Idiot, you can't even understand the situation. The spiritual body of the Jin clan is obviously afraid that Zi Chen will come in and kill him. Why would he open the gate for him? Moreover, the demon army will arrive soon. Zi Chen won't be able to live for long. Many cultivators saw this and naturally knew which side to stand on at this moment. However, to frame Zi Chen and gain the favor of the Jin clan was too shameless. Moreover, the Jin clan might be grateful now, but they might not be grateful in the future. Therefore, they chose to watch from the sidelines. You bunch of damned things, hurry up and open the city gates. Suddenly, a shout came from below. Everyone's gazes once again fell to the ground. With Zi Chen in the lead, the 6 people below were coldly looking at the top of the city tower. Humph, you traitor who colluded with the demon race. You want to bring the demon race in? Dream on. Anwen was the first to open his mouth. Traitors, don't even think about coming up. Lu Jie shouted. Hearing the voice from above, Zhong Ming and the others trembled in anger. Not only did they not open the city gates, but they were also called traitors. Bullshit, if I'm a traitor, then you're the demon race, trash, scum. Zhong Ming shouted. The other 2 were also angry and cursed at the city tower. For a moment, the 2 sides went back and forth. Zhong Haotian's expression was calm, while Shangguan Yuer's face was full of grievance. Zi Chen's expression was also indifferent. He had already expected such a situation. He also knew what the spiritual body of the Jin clan was thinking. Zi Chen's gaze fell on the spiritual body of the Jin clan. The latter's expression was obviously complacent. Zi Chen said coldly, if I can enter, I will definitely kill you. The spiritual body of the Jin clan sneered, I'm afraid a traitor like you won't have the chance. Look, your accomplice is here. Following the spiritual body of the Jin clan, the group saw a large black cloud appear on the horizon. The black cloud floated from the horizon and covered the sky. Demon race, the demon race is here again. Seeing the black cloud formed by the demon race, the people on top of the city tower exclaimed. This time, the number of demon race experts that came was huge. It was like a demon race army. Such an army coming to kill 6 people was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, from this, it could be seen that they valued Zi Chen highly. Seeing the thousands of demon race army, Zhong Ming and the others' faces turned pale. It seemed like this time, there was no chance of survival. Zhong Haotian sneered, looks like we have to fight to the death. Fight to the death. Zhong Ming and the others shouted, facing death with equanimity. Zi Chen hugged Shangguan Yuer tightly in his arms. Zi Chen looked at Shangguan Yuer and asked, are you afraid? Shangguan Yuer gently shook her head. Looking into Zi Chen's eyes, she said, as long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid. If there's a chance, run. Even if you can escape, it's still a chance. Zi Chen suddenly let go of Shangguan Yuer and strode forward. Zi Chen! Everyone exclaimed. Zi Chen waved his hand, you're just Dan Origin Realm experts. You're not essential. The demon race has such a huge army, and their target is me. You guys find a chance to escape. Zi Chen's departure caused Zhong Ming and the others to have a complicated expression. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. They looked at Zhong Haotian. Zhong Haotian pondered for a moment and said, Zi Chen is right. We can't participate in this battle. It's better to find a chance to escape. Zhong Ming and the other two nodded. Shangguan Yu also nodded helplessly. Seeing Zi Chen walk forward alone, the crowd was in an uproar. However, most of them were touched. Compared to Zi Chen, the Jin clan's spiritual body had no strength and no character. It was like trash. Zi Chen strode forward. The group of demon race in front of him stopped. Zi Chen said to the leader of the demon race in front of him, "What a huge army." Not only did they send an Earth Origin realm expert, but they also brought an army. Compared to the tall demon race behind him, the leader of the demon race in front of him was much more normal. He was only 2 meters tall. Except for his blood-red eyes and the demon race horns on his head, he looked more like a human. Hearing Zi Chen's words, there was a trace of surprise on his face. He said, "You do have some skills. No wonder you killed so many of my demon race's men along the way." Zi Chen sneered again. However, in his heart, he was shocked. He was only at the human origin realm. How could he sense the aura of an Earth Origin realm expert? It was all a wild guess. Because he couldn't sense the demon race's cultivation level, he guessed that the demon race was at the Earth Origin realm. Unexpectedly, he guessed correctly. An Earth Origin realm expert was an extremely powerful existence. Killing Zi Chen, who was at the early stage of the human origin realm, was as easy as killing a chicken. However, Zi Chen didn't show any fear on his face. Instead, he mocked, "As an Earth Origin realm expert, you could have come alone. Why did you bring so many demon race experts? Are you trying to show that you have more demon race experts?" The Earth Origin realm expert of the demon race laughed. "Human, you don't need to provoke me. When you went around the heavenly demon city, I noticed something strange about you. After knowing that you were killing people here, I came to check it out. Don't worry, I won't do anything." "Oh." Zi Chen's face was filled with surprise. Behind him, Shangguan Yu and the others, who were worried before, let out a sigh of relief. However, facing so many demon race experts, Zi Chen still didn't have a chance to win. Therefore, they were still worried. "My demon race has thousands of strong warriors. No matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to survive today." The Earth Origin realm expert of the demon race sneered, "Of course, if you can enter the Heaven's Pride City, you might be able to survive. However, I don't think that's possible." Zi Chen didn't answer. Instead, he looked at the Earth Origin realm expert of the demon race and said, "If that's the case, then let me see what you demon race experts are capable of. Human, let me fight you." One of the demon race experts shouted and walked out. Zi Chen sneered, "You are only at the early stage of the human origin realm. I won't bully you. You can find 10 more like this. Don't fight one-on-one. I'll fight 1 against 10. The demon race expert glared at him and said angrily, "You dare to humiliate me?" Zi Chen shook his head and said seriously, "I'm not humiliating you. This is the truth. Mo Lei, you are no match for him. Come back." The Earth Origin realm expert said. "Why? I want to try." Mo Lei turned around, unwilling to give up. "You can try later. There's no need to do it now. You, Mo Lun, go and fight him." The Earth Origin realm expert pointed at another demon race expert. This demon race expert was at the late stage of the origin realm. He nodded respectfully at the leader of the demon race before walking out. "I, Mo Lun, am here to kill you." Mo Lun didn't wait for Zi Chen to say his name as he rushed towards Zi Chen. After that, Mo Lun attacked with a palm strike. His pitch-black palm imprint emitted an oppressive chi. Zi Chen realized that the demon race rarely used weapons. They mostly fought with their bodies. However, to be honest, the demon race's physique was much stronger than that of humans. Only body cultivators could compete with them. Zi Chen's body flashed with a golden light. He looked like a god of war in golden armor as he punched towards the palm strike. Boom! The 2 types of energy collided, causing a tremor. The golden and black lights kept colliding in the sky. Finally, the golden light took the upper hand and suppressed the black palm strike. After the attack, Mo Lun retreated 100 meters in the air. The demon chi around him was also trembling. This scene caused the expressions of the demon race experts to change. Mo Lei's expression changed as he whispered, "I didn't expect him to be so strong." The demon race army had arrived to suppress the demon race, but it had turned into a one-on-one battle. This surprised all the humans. However, other than a few people who felt that it was a pity, more people felt lucky. Because in a one-on-one battle, Zichen's chances of survival were very high. He had 2 heavenly tomes and could kill spiritual bodies. Even if he fought against a late-stage demon race expert who was 2 levels higher, he still had a chance of survival. As expected, the battle was one-sided from the beginning. A late-stage demon race expert was completely suppressed by Zichen. In terms of strength, his perfect body defeated the demon race expert. In terms of techniques, Zichen had so many innate techniques that it was dazzling. Even without using the Dragon Soul Spear, Zichen suppressed Mo Lun until he couldn't breathe. Mo Lun shouted again and again, but he couldn't do anything to Zichen. The things he was proud of were nothing in front of Zichen. His speed, defense, and attack were all better than Zichen's. Only his origin energy was thicker than Zichen's, but it wasn't as pure as Zichen's origin energy. Mo Lun was obviously no match for him. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated. The Earth Origin Realm Demon Race expert waved his hand again. This time, 2 demons walked out from the demon race. They were both late-stage mortal realm demons. Chapter 1008. With the arrival of 2 more demons, Zichen did not hold back. He activated his perfect golden energy and like a cannonball, he slammed into Mo Lun's body. Boom! Under the impact, Mo Lun's body exploded. Boundless golden light enveloped the surroundings. A strand of soul remembrance rushed out from the exploded body, trying to break through the golden light and escape. The golden light was like a sharp sword, cutting through the soul remembrance. Mo Lun's soul remembrance let out a miserable shriek before it disappeared. The last attack had killed Mo Lun with ease, causing the surrounding demons' expressions to change. "He's so strong." Mo Lei's eyes were filled with fear. At the same time, he was secretly glad that he did not rush forward. Mo Lun's death did not scare the other 2 demons. Instead, their killing intent intensified. At the same time, they were much more careful. Next, it was 1 against 2. Both sides exchanged blows. However, this time, Zichen was not like before. He was in a one-sided state. The 2 demons were evenly matched with Zichen. "You guys find a chance to run." In between the battle, Zichen transmitted his voice to them. They were surrounded by demons. Apart from entering the city, there was no other way. Their faces were filled with bitterness. They wanted to participate in the battle, but their cultivation levels were too low. They could not help at all. What an interesting guy. The Earth Origin Realm Demon looked at Zichen with a faint smile on his face. On the Heaven's Pride City, all the cultivators were watching the battle. The Jin family's spiritual body was determined not to open the door. Zichen's life was already determined. What they needed to do now was to witness how many demons Zichen could kill. So far, he had already killed a late-stage mortal origin realm demon. Everyone remembered this in their hearts. After attacking for a long time without success, the 2 demons became impatient. Their attacks became fiercer and fiercer. However, because of this, Zichen gained the upper hand and left some wounds on their bodies. The Earth Origin Realm Demon's face became even more playful. "Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect there to be such an existence among the humans." After that, he waved his hand again, and 2 more advanced stage demons appeared and charged towards Zichen. This time, Zichen didn't immediately eliminate the enemy, but instead tangled with the 4 demons. With the addition of 2 demons, the fighting strength of the demons increased a lot, but it was only enough to suppress Zichen. Zichen was fighting 1 against 4. The battle was very intense. Everyone was watching intently. "Let's see if you still don't die this time," Mo Lei said coldly. The Earth Origin Realm Demon turned around to look at Mo Lei. "You think he will die?" Mole said confidently, "He's already like this. It's obvious that he won't be able to hold on for much longer." The Earth Origin Stage Demon smiled. "What's wrong?" Mole looked at him. The Earth Origin Realm demon turned around and said to the battlefield, "Human, you don't have to stall for time. It's useless. Just give it your all and fight. That way, you can die with honor. Your friends will be proud of you." Hearing that, Mo Lei's face changed. His expression was uncertain. Could it be that he still hasn't used his full strength? On the battlefield, Zichen suddenly laughed loudly. "Fine, since it's like this, I'll give it my all. Even if I die, I'll die with an indomitable spirit." As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen's aura changed again. He was like a peerless divine weapon that had just been unsheathed, emitting a terrifying aura. His eyes were filled with killing intent. He coldly said to a demon, "Die." After saying that, Zichen turned into a streak of lightning and rushed toward the demon. The aura on Zichen's body was extremely oppressive. The demon's face changed slightly. He was originally attacking, but he suddenly changed to defense. Layers of demon chi turned into solid energy, forming a battle armor on his body. The armor was pitch black and shiny, protecting the demon's entire body. At the same time, the demon crossed his hands, forming a seal. A demon seal appeared, blocking in front of him. In the demon's line of sight, a golden fist light appeared. The golden fist light contained a powerful aura, as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It rushed forward courageously, landing on the demon seal first. The seal began to tremble, distort, and then explode. The fist light's power did not decrease, and once again landed on the demon's chest. Boom! A trembling sound was heard. Golden light flashed, and the demon armor shattered. The fist light pierced through the demon's chest, and the golden energy spread throughout his body, destroying his soul. One strike, and the demon was dead. Several attacks landed on Zichen's body one after another. Zichen's body was directly sliced into several pieces. The three demons' faces changed. They naturally knew that it was only a clone that had been sliced apart. 100 meters away, Zichen appeared. There was an extra pair of bone wings on his back. On top of the bone wings, lightning was swimming. This is heavenly thunder wings. The moment he saw the bone wings, the demon's face changed for the first time. It seemed like the bone wings reminded him of some unpleasant memories. His face instantly became gloomy. "Move, kill." The gloomy Earth Realm demon waved his hand again. This time, 4 advanced stage demons walked out from behind him. Zichen's second attack was also launched. He flapped his thunder wings, and a tricolored light surged around his body. He rushed towards the second demon. Before his attack arrived, a loud dragon's roar was heard in the sky. Poof! After the dragon's roar, there was another soft sound. Zichen turned into a tricolored light, passed through layers of demonic chi, and arrived in front of the third demon. Behind Zichen, the demonic chi dissipated, and a huge bloody hole appeared in the chest of a tall demon. Fresh blood gushed out from the hole, and the powerful aura of the demon also disappeared like a tide. When Zichen's spear broke the arm of the third demon, the second demon's huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and endless smoke and dust splashed up. With his arm broken, the demon roared and immediately retreated after his attack. This attack was easily broken by Zichen, and the dragon's spear quickly arrived in front of the demon and pierced through his chest. In Zichen's hand, the spear shook, and the demon's body in front of him exploded. In an instant, 3 of the 4 demons were killed, and the last one finally joined up with the other 4. However, there were 5 of them, and they did not have any confidence in killing Zichen. Mo Lei's face changed again and again. He thought that he was a genius of the demon race, and his combat power was extraordinary, and he could fight with the human in front of him. However, when he saw the human's methods, he could not summon any fighting spirit in his heart. Just like what the human said, if he went forward, the human could fight against 10. This was not an insult, but a fact. The battle started again. Zichen's attack became extremely fierce, and the 5 demons had to work together to defend against his powerful attack. Moreover, the 5 of them could not be separated, and they could only work together. Suppression: Zichen suppressed the demons in all aspects. The earthly Yuan stage demon's gaze was fixed on the bone wings behind Zichen's back, and his gloomy face slowly returned to normal. When he regained his composure, he once again waved his hand. This time, another 5 late-stage demons walked out. It was as if there were an endless number of such powerhouses in the demon race. The situation had turned into 1 against 10, and everyone's face turned ugly. The Jin family spiritual body's face was also extremely ugly. Today, he had lost all his face, and at the same time, he had seen how strong Zichen was. Besides the difference in cultivation level, the difference in their combat power was even greater. Fortunately, the situation was already a deathmatch, and Zichen could not possibly leave alive. Facing the combined attacks of 10 demons, Zichen finally could not hold on any longer, and he began to retreat. At the same time, wounds appeared on his body. Zichen. Shangguan Yue saw that Zichen was injured, and she prepared to rush forward. Zhong Haotian pulled her back, saying solemnly, "Don't go, you will only distract him, and that will only harm him." Tears fell from Shangguan Yue's eyes, but she did not insist on going forward, and instead watched the battle anxiously. At this point in the battle, Zichen's calm face gradually showed a hint of madness. After dodging 9 attacks in a row, he was hit by the 10th attack. It was a black palm print, and it directly hit his chest. Zichen was unable to dodge this attack, and he did not have the strength to do so. The pitch-black palm struck Zichen's chest, and a terrifying energy rushed into his body, as if trying to tear his body apart. After the successful attack, before the demon could rejoice, he saw the dragon spear rushing towards him. Puff! This time, the dragon spear pierced the demon's head, and a powerful energy surged out, and the demon's head instantly exploded. The two of them were fighting with their lives on the line. When Zichen killed the demon, the energy from the demon's palm also exploded in Zichen's body, and Zichen's body flew backwards, coughing up blood in the process. The blood was gold and black. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and grinned at the 9 demons in front of him. His figure that had just retreated, once again rushed forward, and this time he actually took the initiative to attack. Being injured, one should be on the defensive, but now he actually took the initiative to attack. Everyone was calling him a madman. Puff! The second demon fell in front of Zichen, and Zichen's shoulder armor was completely pierced, and gold and black blood flowed out. The gold was Zichen's own blood, and the black was demonic chi energy. Zichen's chest was completely pierced through by the demon blade, and Zichen coughed up blood that even had bits of his internal organs. In front of Zichen, another 2 demons fell. Of the 10 demons, Zichen had already killed 4. This method of fighting with his life on the line completely shocked everyone. Zichen was competing with the demons in terms of physical strength. With the same injuries, the demons died, and Zichen survived. This kind of battle power definitely surpasses the human spirit body. The Earth Origin Realm demon's expression kept changing. In Zichen's body, the perfect power was constantly circulating, quickly healing his extremely serious injuries. His cold and crazy eyes looked forward, and there were still 6 late-stage demons. Kill! Zichen clenched his teeth and shouted, and rushed forward again. Zichen's fighting style made the human cultivators' blood boil, but the demons' hearts were cold. The 5th demon fell, and then the 6th. The 7th, the 8th, until the last demon fell in front of Zichen. Zichen's body had 6 fatal wounds, and blood was spurting out of his body like a small fountain, but he was still standing, and his back was as straight as a spear in his hand. At this moment, Zichen's back was straight, tall, and imposing. The human cultivators on the city tower were in a frenzy, and many of them shouted to open the gate. Gradually, the Jin spirit body felt the pressure. He looked down. Zichen was already seriously injured, and he was confident that he could kill him. If he opened the gate and let Zichen in, then after he killed Zichen, the heavenly book would be in his hands. Chapter 1009. Zichen stood in the air. His body was covered in blood, and his killing intent was monstrous. He had become extremely crazy, like a dangerous beast. He had killed more than a dozen late-stage demons. This battle strength had undoubtedly shocked everyone. The humans were excited and their blood was boiling. However, they felt pity in their hearts. With such a powerful battle strength, once he grew up, he would definitely be the demon race's nightmare. Unfortunately, He was going to die in this internal strife. Some people were angry and shouted to open the city gate, but they didn't dare to force too much. After all, the Jin family was a huge existence. It was extremely unwise to offend a family for Zichen, whom they didn't know well. Shangguan Yu and the others quickly rushed to Zichen. Seeing the wounds on Zichen's body, Shangguan Yu burst into tears. During this period, the demon race didn't continue to send people to fight. Human, I'll give you a choice. The Earth Yuan realm demon suddenly spoke. Zichen looked at the demon. The demon looked up at Heaven's Pride City and said, "Anyway, you can't stay in the human race anymore. They want you dead. I invite you to join our demon race and become one of us." Zichen sneered, and the killing intent in his eyes didn't diminish. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Think about it. These people should be your friends. They are willing to follow you. I think you are a righteous person. You can't just watch them die. Join us. Not only can you live, but so can your friends. Zichen's expression changed, and the killing intent in his eyes disappeared. Next to him, Shangguan Yu held Zichen's hand and shook her head. "Zichen, please don't. Even if we die, we won't join the demon race. Otherwise, we will really become traitors like that villain said." Zhong Ming and the others also said loudly. They were extremely unyielding. The conversation here was very loud, and it was completely done using essence force. The people in Heaven's Pride City could also hear it. The first to have a change in expression was the Jin clan's spiritual body. He didn't expect the demon race to be so different. Zichen had killed so many of their experts, and not only did they not take revenge, they even wanted to recruit him. If Zichen didn't die today, he would definitely find trouble with him in the future. This was a great enemy, a great enemy. Once Zichen intercepted him, he would die without a doubt. Beside the Jin family's spiritual body, the other three people's faces also turned pale. On the other hand, the others were somewhat conflicted after hearing this. They wanted Zichen to live, but they also didn't want Zichen to join the demon race. Under the signal of the Jin clan's spiritual body, Lu Jie poked his head out of the city and said to Zichen, "Traitor, hurry up and join the demon race. Stop acting here. Haha, the show is finally over. Let's go. We already knew that you were in cahoots with the demon race. Don't be so hypocritical." Lu Jie and the other two shouted loudly. The people around them were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. Zhong Ming and the others were furious, but at this moment, it was obviously not the time to argue with these despicable people. These despicable people without any stance would not be able to achieve anything great. Without any backbone, their strength would naturally not be strong enough. Any one of the people here could kill them. Zichen ignored these people's clamoring. He looked at the Earth Origin Realm expert and said, "I will die. Let them go." Haha. The demon race expert laughed. "That's impossible. Join us or die. Don't worry, the demon race will not mistreat you. If you join us, you will be my right-hand man, not my subordinate. I will give you an army of the demon race. Other than the Earth Origin Realm experts, you can choose any one of them. Then, you can lead this army and trample the human race." Seeing that Zichen was about to refuse, the demon race expert said, "I know you care a lot about your identity as a human. Don't worry, I will not force you to kill all humans. You only need to lead this army and kill those you think should be killed. For example, the aristocratic families represented by the one above." As soon as he said this, everyone was in an uproar. The demon race was shocked because the demon race expert said that he would make Zichen an Earth Origin Realm expert's assistant, not his subordinate. The humans were shocked because Zichen could lead an army of the demon race. Obviously, with this army, Zichen could turn around and attack Heaven's Pride City and the Jin family. Jin family's spiritual body's expression changed, and the other three were so scared that their faces were drained of blood. Lu Jie shouted again in a flustered voice, "Zichen, you traitor, quickly join the demon race and lead the demon race's army to attack the humans." Haha, a human leading the demon race army to kill the humans. How ridiculous. Thousands of years later, when the demon race is driven out, your name, Zichen, will be recorded in history as the first human to lead an alien race to kill his own people. Zhong Ming turned his head. His face was twisted with anger. He pointed at Lu Jie's nose and cursed, "You are not even human scum. You are not even human scum." Lu Jie said firmly, "We are indeed not human scum, but we did not collude with the alien race. We did not attack our own people." T. Then why don't you open the city gate? Lu Jie said disdainfully, "Colluding with the alien race? What right do you have to ask us to open the city gate for you?" Zhong Ming was trembling with anger. The other two were the same. The demon race experts were just watching the show. They had to admit that the humans were really eloquent. They could turn black into white. Every word was reasonable. Zichen was also in a mess. He was very tempted by the demon race's offer. It was not that they wanted him to take revenge. He did not care about that. On the contrary, he cared about his friends. Zhong Haotian, Shangguan Yu, Zhong Ming, and the others. The former was his brother, and the latter was his wife. As for Zhong Ming and the others, they were also hot-blooded warriors. There were so many people in Heaven's Pride City, but only a few of them could come out. Zichen would feel guilty if he let them die with him. Just as Zichen was hesitating, Shangguan Yu pulled Zichen's hand and said firmly, "I will not follow you to join the demon race, even if I die. If you want to go, I will die in front of you." Zhong Haotian stepped forward and said, "Me too. Humans are hateful, but only a few. If we really join the demon race, I am afraid we will have to kill too many innocent people in the future." Zhong Ming and the other two stepped forward. "This is our position, this is righteousness. It has nothing to do with internal strife. The three of us will definitely not join the demon race, and we will definitely not extend our butcher's knife to other innocent humans." The demon race expert's expression changed. Zichen, who was still hesitating, suddenly became determined. He looked at the demon race expert and said word by word, "I will not join the demon race. Not now, not in the future. The demon race and humans are mortal enemies. We will not rest until one of us is dead." The demon race expert was angry. "You are not afraid that I will kill you. After you die, they will still call you a traitor. They will still not accept your kindness." Zichen suddenly smiled. "You are wrong. I refuse not because I value or care about anything. I only pursue my heart." "Pursue your heart? You really think I don't dare to kill you?" The demon race expert's eyes were filled with killing intent. "Ha, pursue your heart. I like this sentence." A voice suddenly rang out in the sky. It was a voice that Zichen was very familiar with. "Yes." The demon race expert frowned and looked at the sky. The sky suddenly split open, and a huge black hole appeared. This black hole was a transmission channel, and a figure walked out. It was a man in golden clothes. He was extremely handsome, and as he walked, golden light surged. Everyone's eyes immediately fell on this person, and then a word appeared in their hearts: perfect. This was an extremely perfect person without any flaws, whether it was his figure or appearance. He had a smile on his face, and coupled with those perfect eyes, many people were dazed. Of course, only the women were dazed. All the men who saw this face would have an inexplicable flame in their hearts, and they would want to smash his nose with their fists. "It's you." Zichen raised his head and looked at the newcomer, a trace of surprise on his face. "Of course it's me, but other than me, there is also us." The golden-robed man smiled. "Us?" Zichen's face was filled with doubt. The golden-robed man landed and walked in front of Zichen. He did not look at Zichen, but instead looked at Shangguan Yu. His eyes flashed, and then he stretched out his hand and smiled. "Beauty, nice to meet you. I am the perfect body." Seeing that the man ignored him, Zichen had the urge to kick him. The perfect body thought that he was cool, but it scared Shangguan Yu. She took a step back and looked at him as if she was guarding against a wolf. Rays of light flashed at this moment, and waves of powerful aura appeared from the channel and descended around Zichen. These were all auras of the mortal realm. Zichen could clearly sense that there were early, middle, and late stages of the mortal realm. The descending figures all had a very common characteristic, which was that they were all tall and strong, comparable to a big bear. Among them, there were also some familiar figures, such as the few body cultivators he had seen in the heavenly bookworld, and the expert called Li Xiong who had appeared with Jiu Shoda in the world of the devil ape. In an instant, the number of mortal realm cultivators here exceeded 100, and they were all body cultivators. This sudden change stunned everyone, especially the humans above Heaven's Pride City. However, after being stunned, they cheered because so many people had come to help Zichen. Zichen was saved. The Jin family's spiritual body's face turned pale at this moment. The other 3 people were so frightened that they almost collapsed to the ground. "Why are you here?" Zichen asked, refocusing the perfect body's attention on him. The perfect body said, "If I said that I came here specifically to save you, would you believe me?" Zichen curled his lips, but it affected his wound. He grimaced and had a strange expression. "I know you don't believe me. How would we know that you were here and still alive? Then why are you here today?" The perfect body's expression suddenly turned cold. "Humph, all the major factions have retreated with their experts. We are here to take back Heaven's Pride City and specifically resist the fiends. This bunch of idiots didn't leave completely after leaving. They actually left behind scum who nearly caused the death of a capable warrior." Chapter 10:10. The Earth Origin Realm Demon had a strange expression on his face. There was anger, unwillingness, and a hint of mockery. He stared at the perfect body and then looked at Zichen. "If you want to fight, I'll keep you company." Zichen's words were sonorous and powerful. Then, with him as the center, an energy storm blew. This energy storm didn't have any offensive power. It contained extremely pure spiritual energy. This spiritual energy could not only recover the energy consumed, but also heal the injured body. It was like swallowing a treasure pill. Seeing this scene, most of the people inside and outside the battlefield were shocked. It's actually a divine ability unique to spiritual bodies. Damn it. On the tower, the Jin clan spiritual body cursed. At the same time, he was glad that he didn't rashly open the door. Otherwise, when Zichen came in and used this divine ability to fully recover, he would probably be killed. The energy storm was even more effective than a treasure pill. After a few breaths, Zichen's injuries were all healed. The Earth Origin Realm Demon looked at Zichen, his eyes shining brighter. "I'll say the same thing again. Join the demon race and I'll give you an army." The Earth Origin Realm Demon invited again. "I'll say the same thing. The demon race and the humans will fight to the death." The Earth Origin Realm Demon chuckled. "The humans are treating you like this. I think one day, you'll agree." Zichen didn't answer. Zichen was silent. He didn't say anything else. He just smiled at Zichen, waved his hand, and left. It wasn't just Zhongming and the others who were dumbfounded when they saw this person actually retreat without fighting. Even Zichen had a puzzled expression on his face. After all, the devil race still had an army that far outnumbered the body refiners. Once the 2 sides fought, the body refiners would definitely lose. "Zichen, right? I'll wait for you to join the demon race." The demon race expert quickly disappeared with a group of demons, leaving behind a ground full of demon corpses. Left. Why did they leave? Why did the demon race leave without a fight? The humans on top of the city tower were clearly very puzzled. However, this did not stop them from feeling excited. Clearly, Zichen's life was saved. In the blink of an eye, the demons retreated and their figures vanished. The Jin family spirit body was still able to maintain his composure, but beside him, Lu Jie and the other 2 people who had been wantonly slandering Zichen had already lost all color in their faces. In addition, they were pressed against the wall, not even having the strength to stand. Below, after the perfect body chatted with Zichen for a while, he turned his gaze to Heaven's Pride City. During this period of time, the perfect body wanted to strike up a conversation with Yu'er, but Yu'er looked at him as if she was looking at a wolf. This made him feel a little awkward. Without waiting for the perfect body to speak, a body cultivator stepped forward and shouted at the people above the city tower, "You bunch of idiots, why aren't you opening the city gates?" Zhongming and the others were excited to have survived, but at the same time, they were also furious. The 3 of them also cursed at the top of their heads. They were completely scolding the Jin family spirit body. The latter was so angry that his face turned livid. All the anger in his heart turned into a cold snort. "Chumph, you want to open the city gates? Dream on." With the situation already in such a state, the Jin family spirit body naturally wouldn't open the city gates. Even if he died, he would die if he opened the city gates. Indeed, his cold snort was met with another round of cursing. Zhongming and company wantonly vented their dissatisfaction. What was worth mentioning was that during this period, Lu Jie and company didn't continue speaking. On the contrary, their expressions turned uglier. This was because regardless of whether the city gates were opened or not, Zichen's survival had already become a fact. If they met again in the future, both sides would definitely fight to the death. Now, the three of them were extremely regretful of their actions. They were too impulsive. They never expected Zichen to survive such a situation. "If you don't open the gates, we'll enter ourselves." The perfect body also revealed a cold smile. "You have a way to enter." Zichen looked at him in surprise. The perfect body smiled and said, "This is our ancient race's city. When can you stop us? All factions will withdraw. The ancient path is now under our control." As soon as he finished speaking, an ancient token appeared in the perfect body's hand. This ancient token was extremely simple and rusty. The words were blurry as though it had existed for countless years. "This is an ancient token. It's useless." Zichen extended his hand and took out two ancient tokens. The difference between the three ancient tokens wasn't much. The perfect body threw out the ancient token in his hand. It transformed into a beam of light and flew forward. He glanced at the token in Zichen's hand and said, "When the war begins, the ancient race will completely take over the ancient path. This thing of yours is useful in times of peace, but now, it's completely useless." Indeed, as soon as he said that, a beam of light shot out from the ancient token in front of him. The beam landed on the door of Heaven's Pride City. When the beam landed on the door, the entire door suddenly began to ripple like water. Following that, a ripple passageway slowly appeared. The door didn't open, but there was a passageway that led straight into Heaven's Pride City. Above the city tower, everyone saw the ancient token shoot out a beam of light, but they couldn't see what was happening. The Jin family spirit body clearly had an ominous feeling as his expression changed drastically. However, following that, he saw a group of cultivators below walk towards the city gate. They walked to the city gate and entered the passageway. Their figures disappeared one by one as they arrived in the city. "They're in. They're in." The ancient token opened a passageway. They entered through the passageway. Exclamations sounded from below as the surrounding crowd began to cheer. The Jin family's spirit body's legs went limp as he nearly fell. As for the other three, they had long collapsed to the ground. Zichen and company were the last to enter. When they entered, the perfect body put away the ancient token. After they entered, the passageway behind them slowly dissipated. However, before it dissipated, a figure flashed in. Zhongming and company were the first to enter. By the time Zichen arrived, they had already surrounded the Jin family's spirit body, as well as Lu Jie and company. At that moment, the Jin family's spirit body was already ruthless as he attacked everyone. Golden energy surged, and no one dared to be careful. His attack was also resolved by the surrounding body cultivators. "Those who touch me will die." The Jin family's spirit body's expression was ferocious and crazy as he shouted at the surrounding crowd. His body was filled with killing intent. This was a spirit body that was known to be invincible. He naturally had the right to be arrogant. Although everyone wished they could kill him immediately, they knew that they weren't his match. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly shot over from afar. The Jin family's spirit body felt his vision blur as a dangerous aura assaulted him. He subconsciously raised his hand. He had already raised his hand to block, but he was half a beat too slow. A palm print had already struck the Jin family's spirit body's face, sending him flying. 5 clear fingerprints immediately appeared on the flying Jin family's spirit body's face. After being humiliated like this, his face contorted due to madness. His resentful eyes met Zichen's cold ones. I didn't see you so awe-inspiring when killing demons. Why? Could it be that your Jin family's might is only effective against humans? Zichen said coldly as killing intent swirled in his eyes. Come here, grandson. Come here for me. Fuck, didn't you say I was a traitor? After the Jin family spirit body was sent flying, Zhongming and the others stepped forward and grabbed the 3 people who were paralyzed with fear. At the same time, Zhongming shouted, "Who can tell me who these 3 people are? Today, I'm not only going to kill them, but also their entire family." Zichen didn't care if Zhongming would kill Lu Jie and the other 2's families, but he knew that he would kill the Jin family today. As long as they were in Tianjiao City, Zichen would kill them all. Not a single one would be left alive. You dare kill me? The Jin family's spirit body hadn't been completely overwhelmed by madness. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Zichen turned into a beam of light and charged forward. Zichen's speed caused the Jin family's spirit body's expression to change greatly. As he retreated, he blocked again. Pa. But the palm print came again, this time on the other half of his face. Beating the invincible spirit body was like beating a dog or a cat. Everyone finally had a clear and profound understanding of Zichen's combat strength. They were shocked and didn't dare to say a word. Pa. Zichen didn't speak. His figure flickered again and again. Amidst the slapping sounds, more palm prints appeared on the Jin family's spirit body's face. Zichen, if you have the ability, let's fight one-on-one, the Jin family's spirit body shouted. At this moment, he was like a stray dog, constantly retreating and dodging Zichen's attacks. One-on-one? Zichen sneered. Do you think there's someone else next to me? As he spoke, a few more palm prints appeared on the Jin family's spirit body's face, accompanied by a few big white teeth. He had long lost the power of the invincible spirit body. At this moment, he was like a real stray dog. His hair was disheveled, his cheeks were swollen, and blood kept spurting out of his mouth and nose. I'm talking about a fair fight. Do you dare to suppress your realm and have a fair fight to the death with me? The Jin family's spirit body shouted again. Zichen's face suddenly had a look of disdain. A fair fight? Suppressing your realm? You're not worthy. As he spoke, Zichen slapped the Jin family's spirit body again, knocking out all his teeth. You! The Jin family's spirit body trembled with anger. He couldn't say a word for a long time. Today, not only will you die, but all the Jin family members in Heaven's Pride City won't live. As soon as he finished speaking, Zichen showed a fierce murderous intent. Zichen was 1 realm higher than the other party, which made it easy for him to kill the spirit body. It was really simple and easy. After a loud sound, the Jin family's spirit body fell down and died. The invincible spirit body died so easily. It gave people the illusion that the spirit body was just SOSO. When Zichen killed the Jin family's spirit body, the body cultivators also rushed into the Jin family's residence and began to exterminate them. At the same time, the Jin family's teleportation formation was also destroyed. Apart from the Jin family, the other families were the same. The ancient race took over the ancient road and regained control of the rules. The first thing they did wasn't how to resist the devil race, but how to clean up the people left behind by the families until no one was left. The unyielding attitude of the body cultivators this time caused Zichen to be extremely puzzled. After asking around, he learned that the ancient races had suffered great losses when the various powers had retreated for no apparent reason. Many of their transit stations had been completely wiped out. What? You didn't wipe out a few transfer stations? Zichen's expression changed when he heard this. Chapter 10-11. The perfect body was still speaking indignantly. He didn't see the change in Zichen's expression at all. He stood there in a daze as though he had been struck by lightning. He was completely petrified. It's all over. It's all over. The loss of the transit station is too great a loss for the ancients. Suddenly, when the perfect body saw that Zichen didn't react, he turned to look at Zichen. What's wrong with you? Zichen took a deep breath and shook his head. In Heaven's Pride City, the slaughter continued. This time, the ancients acted out of the norm and were extremely domineering. Apart from the 5 Elements faction, the other factions that had withdrawn, such as the Sword Sect and the Overlord clan, were almost completely wiped out. Among these factions, all the Mortal Essence Realm experts had withdrawn. The remaining ones were almost all core Essence Realm experts who had taken refuge here. The teleportation array was destroyed and the token had lost its effect. All of this meant that the various large factions could no longer reach the ancient path through special channels. It could be said that the various large factions had abandoned the ancient path. Now, the ancients had completely blocked off the various large factions. If they wanted to enter again, they had to pass through the starting ground and challenge it again and again. A young man stood above Heaven's Pride City as his massive spiritual perception spread out. Under the guidance of his spiritual perception, the people of the various large factions were found from every corner and killed. Heaven's Pride City was in chaos, but it wasn't serious. This was because the young man was an Earth Essence Realm expert of the ancients. The fact that the fiends were willing to retreat successfully was clearly because they had sensed his existence. After Heaven's Pride City was reorganized, the battle with the fiends began. It was led by the Perfect Body. Zichen's powerful combat strength alarmed even the Perfect Body. He naturally invited Zichen. If the two of them held down the fort, the fiends in this world would quickly be chased away. To his surprise, Zichen rejected him. "What? You want to leave? Why?" The Perfect Body looked at Zichen in surprise. "The ancient path is filled with danger now. I'm worried about my friends and want to take a look," Zichen said. "The ancient path is so huge. How can you find your friends? I have to find them even if I can't. The fiends are here. There are too many uncertain and dangerous factors." Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, the Perfect Body couldn't help but frown. "There are countless small worlds on the ancient road. If you want to find your friend here, it'll be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Little WN, take Jiu Ling back and find the Royal Thunder token for Zichen." The young man who was in charge of the cleanup suddenly descended from the sky and arrived beside the two of them. "What? To get the Royal Lightning token?" The Perfect Body was alarmed when he heard that. Among the ancient race, the 4 royal families were the most powerful. The ancient royal family token represented the highest level of authority within the ancient road. Even earthly Yuan realm cultivators did not possess such authority. Who would have thought that it would be given to Zichen? Go get it. It's rare for a Zichen to appear in the Thunder clan. The Thunder token is just a decoration. It's better to give it to Zichen, the young man said. The Perfect Body hesitated and said, "The royal family's ancient token is of great importance. It's not a big deal for me to make a trip, but what if they don't give it to me?" The young man said, "Just tell them the truth. I don't think they will make things difficult for you or Zichen." The Perfect Body nodded. Zichen was in a hurry to leave. The Perfect Body didn't stay and left with the ancient token. If the Perfect Body brought the ancient token, Zichen would have the highest level of authority. It would be much easier to find the monk and the others. With such a situation happening on the ancient road, it didn't seem like there was any need for the trial. Zichen decided to bring them back to guard the Boundless Sect and protect the barbarian lands. Next, he had to take advantage of the fact that the fiends hadn't charged out to strengthen the Boundless Sect's forces until the war between humans and demons spread to the Sky Martial continent. Zichen wandered around Heaven's Pride City. Wherever he passed, cultivators looked at him in awe. Zichen walked through the streets and entered the shops. He clearly realized that there were fewer resources. Clearly, with the war imminent, everything was being sold internally. Zichen. A soft exclamation sounded. Shangguan Yu walked in front of Zichen. "Why are you here? Everyone is looking for you." "I'm just taking a stroll." Zichen smiled. "Zichen." Another voice sounded as a white light appeared beside him. "Spirit-devouring rat, when did you wake up?" Zichen was surprised when he saw the little fellow in the white light. "I've been awake for more than 10 years, the spirit-devouring rat said. "I have to thank the perfect spiritual sense you left behind." "More than 10 years." Zichen was stunned. If he remembered correctly, it had only been more than 3 years since he separated from Shangguan Yu. Shangguan Yu said, "That's right. It's been more than 10 years. It only woke up in the 6th year after we entered the ancient road. It's been more than 10 years. Zichen's expression became increasingly strange. Shangguan Yue asked, "What's wrong? Is there a problem?" Zichen said, "It's only been more than 3 years since we left." "Ah, what?" Shangguan Yue cried out in shock. Her face was filled with disbelief. "How is that possible? I clearly feel like it's been more than 10 years. Zichen also had a strange expression. "I also feel that it's strange. When I entered the ancient road, it took me more than 10 years to reach the first colony. However, you and Zhong Haotian only took 3 years. Impossible. Zichen, you must have remembered wrongly. Zhong Haotian also stayed on the ancient road for more than 10 years, Shangguan Yue said. Could it be that it's still the rules? Zichen didn't delve into this question. The ancient race was still killing, but Zichen didn't participate. He returned with Yu. Zhong Haotian and the others were already waiting for him. Zichen, everyone wants to leave with you, Zhong Haotian said as soon as Zichen arrived. Zichen was surprised. Aren't they going to train? Zhong Haotian said, the ancient road is already like this. The training will be even more difficult. Also, the rules have been broken. This training has lost its meaning. Everyone has decided to leave. Zhong Ming and the others stepped forward. That's right. Zichen, we'll go with you. There's no point in staying here. Zichen nodded and said, that's good. However, I don't know if I have the strength to take you away. I'll have to wait. Right, I'll say this in advance. After I leave, I'll go find some friends. After I find them, I'll return to the Savage Land. The Savage Land. Zhong Ming and the others were confused. Obviously, they had never heard of it. Zhong Haotian and Shangguan Yue also looked at Zichen in confusion. They didn't understand why Zichen wanted to return there and not the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. Zichen explained, the Savage Land is where the Wuji sect used to be. I rebuilt the Wuji sect there. Then, he looked at the two and said, I withdrew the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion and built the Wuji sect. The two nodded and didn't ask why. Zhong Ming and the other two said, there's no point for us to stay here. We'll go wherever you go. A day later, the perfect body returned. Seeing the joy on his face, Zichen knew that the matter had been settled. Indeed, the moment he saw Zichen, he smiled and said, it's done. I've brought the item for you. The perfect body walked into the room and took out an ancient token. This is the Royal Thunder token. It represents the highest authority in the ancient road. The ancient token emitted a resplendent lightning. Furthermore, it was well maintained and didn't rust. Zichen held it in his hand and the lightning on the ancient token enveloped his body. Then, Zichen felt the power in his body resonate with the ancient token. This is the royal family's lightning token. Only the lightning family can use it. After the war between humans and fiends, the ancient race was in decline. The 4 royal families either disappeared or declined. This thing has always been placed in the ancient city, the perfect body said. With the token in hand, Zichen already knew a lot. The token couldn't be used immediately. It still needed to be refined. When are you leaving? The perfect body asked. I'll leave after refining the token. The token still needs to be refined. The perfect body was surprised. Zichen nodded. All right then, I won't disturb you any further. I'll drink with you when we have the chance to meet. Zichen nodded again and watched the perfect body leave. After the perfect body left, Shangguan Yue and company walked out. Zichen said, wait here. After I refine the token, I'll leave with you. Zichen returned to his room and sat cross-legged to refine the token. He first struck out a bolt of lightning energy. At the same time, the lightning mark between his brows began to glow as a bolt of lightning landed on the token. The ancient token suddenly emitted a bolt of lightning that enveloped Zichen. One of the bolts of lightning rushed into Zichen's glabella. At that moment, a vast map appeared in Zichen's sea of consciousness. It was a map of the ancient road world. It was densely packed with endless light dots. Each light dot represented a world. These light dots were connected together, like many worlds connected together, forming a huge sphere. Among these light dots, Zichen saw the ancient road he had experienced when he came. There was a line that connected Zichen to the light dots of the ancient road world. As Zichen's spiritual senses invaded the first ancient road, he felt his vision blur. It was as if he had arrived above the ancient road. At that moment, the entire ancient road appeared before his eyes. It was still desolate below. There was a huge cocoon there. It was the little guy who had played Zichen for the first time. Zichen thought that he had brought it out, but he didn't expect to bring out a clone. After that, Zichen saw the second ancient road and the third ancient road. The third ancient road was the barbarian world. As his spiritual senses entered, Zichen saw the Raven tribe that he had once lived in. At that moment, the Raven tribe was already a large tribe. Beside the Raven tribe was the Black tribe. Zichen also saw Man Hu and Man Nyo. The two of them were now the guardian beasts of the Raven tribe. Zichen's spiritual senses swept past the two of them, but they didn't notice it. With just a thought, Zichen could see everything that he wanted to see. It was as if the entire world was in his eyes. After a long time, Zichen woke up. He was extremely shocked by the miraculous effects of the royal Thunder Soul. Controlling the Thunder Soul made him feel as if he was standing above the entire ancient road. He had become the true ruler of the ancient road. Nothing on the ancient road could escape his senses. If I can really see everything, then won't I be able to see Meng Yarrow, Monk, and the others? Soon, Zichen's spiritual senses sank into the Thunder Soul again. The first place he checked was the transit station where Guu was. Because he knew the direction, it was easy to find. Chapter 10-12. This was a transit station that Zichen was extremely familiar with. Back then, he had stayed here for several months and made many friends. Of course, his savior, Guu Shoda, was also here. Other than that, Guu, Guu Hu, and company were also here. Zichen naturally didn't forget the pitiful little girl named Guu who had lost all her family members and brothers. However, when Zichen probed with his spiritual senses again, all he saw was demons. In this entire world, there were only demons. There was no sign of humans. The square was still the same square, and the 4 black stones in the center of the square were still imprinted with Zichen's fist imprints. The place was still the same, but the people had changed. Upon seeing the scene in front of him and recalling what the perfect body had said about not a single human escaping alive from the transit station, Zichen's heart burned with anger. A violent killing intent surged as a terrifying aura swept through the entire room. Boom! Under this monstrous killing intent, the entire room trembled as the killing intent materialized. The house Zichen was in exploded with a bang, sending rubble flying everywhere. The entire house exploded as a dense killing intent swept through the world. Shangguan Yue and company flew into the air. After shaking off the smoke and dust, they looked at Zichen in confusion. Zichen, what happened? The killing intent around Zichen materialized and carried a dangerous aura. No one dared to approach him. Previously, when Zichen killed demons outside the city, his killing intent wasn't as dense. Everyone was shocked by Zichen's actions. The other cultivators in the distance sensed it and their expressions changed drastically. They did not understand who this malefic was trying to kill with such dense killing intent surging around him. Zichen, don't scare me. What happened? Shangguan Yue's worried voice sounded again. The materialized killing intent slowly converged as Zichen's emotions slowly calmed down. Then, he took a deep breath and said, nothing. Everyone landed and saw that Zichen wasn't willing to say anything, so they didn't ask further. Let's go now. Zichen stood up. Everyone nodded. Zichen's gaze suddenly landed on the spirit-devouring rat. His expression changed as he finally suppressed the thought of immediately taking revenge and said, let's find resources first. Resources. Everyone looked at Zichen in confusion. The demon race is about to invade, and they could open up the ancient path and reach the outside world at any time. The Wuji sect has just been established, and it needs a lot of resources. There are plenty of resources here, so it's a good place to get them, Zichen said. Everyone's gazes fell upon the spirit-devouring mouse. Obviously, only the spirit-devouring mouse was able to fulfill such a heavy responsibility, and it was a perfect one at that. The ancient road is so big, how are we going to find it? The spirit-devouring rat blinked its small eyes and asked. I can roughly sense it. You can carefully sense it. With that said, Zichen waved his hand. Streaks of lightning appeared and enveloped everyone. When the lightning disappeared, everyone's silhouettes also disappeared. After Zichen left, the perfect body appeared. He had received the news that Zichen had released a torrential killing intent as though he wanted to kill someone. He had come to ask, but he never expected Zichen to leave first. When Zichen and the others reappeared, they were already in the middle of a huge mineral vein. It was still in this world. This was a human mine that covered tens of thousands of kilometers. However, with the withdrawal of the various major factions, the mine here was completely occupied by the demon race. Sense it, Zichen said as soon as he appeared. In fact, there was no need for Zichen to instruct the spirit-devouring mouse to sense everything. A moment later, the spirit-devouring mouse retracted its perception. This is an elemental liquid mine, but most of it has already been dug away. Is there anything else? Of course there is. They left in a hurry and didn't completely mine it. In the center of this mine, there's still an intact mine. If they slowly mined it, they would definitely discover it, but they left in too much of a hurry, so they naturally didn't know. As they spoke, the demon race discovered Zichen and the others and slowly approached. Go and collect it. We'll wait for you here. As soon as Zichen finished speaking, the spirit-devouring mouse burrowed into the ground. Searching for treasures and digging holes was its specialty. No one could compare to it. Soon, the traces of the spirit-devouring mouse disappeared. Zichen's perfect spiritual sense could not sense it. Human, how dare you come here? You're courting death. Go to hell, human. The demon race had already closed in on Zichen, his red eyes emitting murderous intent. But before they could attack, a crazy murderous intent surged out of Zichen's body. This murderous intent made all the demon race tremble, as if they were in ice. Kill. With the word kill, Zichen turned into a flash of lightning and rushed forward. Wherever the lightning passed, severed limbs flew, blood spurted, and the demon race let out shrill screams. Zhong Ming and the others were about to attack, but they were stopped by Zhong Haotian. Zhong Haotian said, "Don't worry about it. Let him deal with it himself." Zichen rushed at the demon race like a madman. Regardless of whether the opponent was in the Dan realm or human realm, as long as he saw them, he would kill. The demon race in front of them was completely stunned by Zichen's crazy killing method. It should be known that this situation was unique to them when they killed humans. This kind of killing method could make humans lose their will to fight in an instant. But today, humans were killing them in the same way. The demon race panicked and began to retreat, but Zichen chased after them for a few miles until he killed the last demon. The demon race in the distance naturally saw Zichen's crazy killing, but they didn't dare to rush forward. They could only watch from afar. Fortunately, after Zichen finished killing, he didn't continue to go forward. Instead, he turned back. His slightly agitated emotions slowly calmed down. The demon race stayed in the periphery, not daring to approach. Half an hour later, a light flashed, and the spirit-devouring rat returned. Done. The spirit-devouring rat looked proud. Obviously, its harvest was not small. Zichen calmed down and nodded. Well, let's go to the next place. With the Royal Thunder token, Zichen could go wherever he wanted on the ancient road. With the exploration of his spiritual sense, Zichen found another mineral vein hundreds of thousands of miles away. This time, the spirit-devouring rat didn't need to be told. After investigating, it drilled into the ground. This time, it only took a quarter of an hour for the spirit-devouring rat to appear. Zichen had already given the purple gold gourd to the spirit-devouring rat. As long as it found yuan liquid, it would go down and collect it. Of course, the spirit-devouring rat's standards were very high. It didn't care about ordinary yuan liquid at all. If it didn't have 1,000 drops, it wouldn't waste its energy to go down. There were many mineral veins in this world, but not all of them were yuan liquid veins. Plus, There wasn't enough time, so Zichen could only brush past most of them. After staying in this world for 10 days, everyone gained a lot. Among them, Zhongming and the others were even more shocked. They were already Xiantian realm warriors, but they had never seen such a way of finding resources. In just 10 days, they had probably gained more than several years, or even dozens of years. However, because they had stayed here for 10 days, they had crossed swords with the demon clan several times. Because of this, they had attracted the attention of a group of demons. But for Zichen, as long as it wasn't an Earth origin realm demon, no matter how many demons came, they would be wiped out. Human, stay. Just as Zichen and the others were about to leave this world, a familiar voice sounded. It was the powerful demon who had tried to recruit Zichen. Before the demon appeared, a terrifying aura descended from the sky, followed by a pitch-black palm print in the sky. This palm print covered the sky like a giant hand, completely covering the world. At the same time, this palm print had the effect of sealing space. Seeing this palm print of an Earth origin realm demon, the others' faces immediately turned pale. Although this palm print didn't have any killing intent, it was obviously meant to trap them. Once trapped and captured by the demon, the consequences would be worse than death. Zichen raised his head. Looking at the palm print, a faint smile appeared on his face. Then, his body emitted lightning. The royal thunder token appeared in front of him, releasing dazzling lightning. This lightning completely covered the people around him. Then, the lightning once again caused the void to tremble. A pitch-black passage appeared behind them, and in the next moment, the lightning wrapped around them and they disappeared. The palm print in the sky slowly dissipated, and the Earth origin realm demon appeared. He looked at the place where Zichen and the others disappeared. His face was full of confusion. He didn't understand how they could break through space and escape when he had clearly sealed the space. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already on the ancient road. Stepping on the ground, Zhongming and the others let out a sigh of relief. This ancient token is so powerful. It can still take us away in this situation. Seeing Zichen put away the ancient token, the others couldn't help but exclaim. It is extraordinary. Too bad you didn't give it to me earlier. A faint smile appeared on Zichen's face. If he had this token earlier, he wouldn't have been besieged in the starting ground and almost killed by the big forces. What are we doing here? Are we going to break through one path after another? Gepu asked. The others also looked at Zichen in confusion. Follow me. After saying that, Zichen led the others in a flash. It was as if they had teleported. When they reappeared, they were on a mountain peak. This was a continuous mountain range with rich spirit chi and beautiful scenery. Zichen obviously didn't bring them here to enjoy the scenery. Just as everyone was confused, but before they could ask, the spirit-devouring rat turned into a beam of light and flew forward. After staying in the air for about 10 breaths, it turned into a beam of light again and rushed down into the ground. Next, we will look for resources, Zichen explained. Zhongming exclaimed, wow, this ancient token is really a cheating tool. If we continue to look for resources like this, when we reach the outside world, won't the resources be comparable to the big forces? Zichen didn't deny it. There are indeed many resources on the ancient road. Just as the spirit-devouring rat was collecting Zichen underground, Zichen's spiritual sense once again scanned the various worlds on the ancient road, looking for all the places that might have resources. For the current Zichen, resources were the most important thing. After 2 hours, the spirit-devouring rat returned. Its happy expression was enough to express many thoughts. As soon as it came out, the spirit-devouring rat asked, "Is there anything else here?" Zichen shook his head and said, "No, but I found something better. Let's go now." "What is it?"